Alrighty, hello, folks. Welcome to day 2 Dojo coverage, World Rapid and Blitz taking place right now in New York City on Wall Street. We're watching the U.S. players play. Right now we got our boy Brewington Hardaway going up against the big dog, Magnus. So huge game for Brew. And this one just started. This is round 6 of the tournament, day 2. So there's going to be 4 rounds today. And yeah, a lot of our guys doing well. Dominguez and Naroditsky tied for first with 4.5 points. Kramnik in shambles at the side of some of these players. I mean, a lot of onliners actually doing really well. Merzin, Sargisian, Sadwani, these are players that do really well in the online Title Tuesday. So the onliners representing in the World Rapid and Blitz OTB, you love to see it. You love to see it. What's up? We got Jake in the chat. I got YouTube chat open as well. And we have move sounds. We got move sounds live, so hopefully move sounds are sounding good. Yeah, a lot of Americans doing well. Lennerman was doing well. Jacobson doing well. Yeah, it's been a good start so far on the home turf. Imagine that, Americans doing well when the tournament isn't being held halfway across the world over Christmas. Hey, Matt Chess, good luck, good luck. Thanks for checking in. Okay, got my coffee here. I wanted to open up the video as well, so maybe I can see Brewington on the camera. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. There we go. Got the live feed up. So FIDE. So yesterday they had some DGT issues. So today they actually have live video up of a lot of their top boards, including this one. So I'll post the link in the chat for everybody. Oh, and Jake's saying we have Americans on 8 out of the top 10 boards. Yeah, amazing. Amazing. And by the way, in the women's section, we have Alice Lee, who's in first with 4 out of 4. So Alice also representing. Okay, for some reason my computer doesn't want to copy paste the link. Is Control-C, Control-V not a thing on Macs? What's going on, guys? Why can't I Command V? Okay, there we go. There we go. There's the link. If you want to watch Brewington play against Magnus. Looks like he dressed up in a suit for this big game. Love to see it. Love to see it. And okay, Magnus is playing this King's Indian attack against him. Very, very double-edged position, which I know Brewington doesn't mind. He's a very sharp guy, but it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough against a well-rested Magnus, especially Magnus didn't have a good day yesterday. And when Magnus doesn't have a good day, all these people talk. He reads what everyone says. He watches all the videos. He comes back, with a vengeance, right? So expect Magnus to be angry today. Yeah, no, folks, I'm not an idiot. I'm doing Command C, Command V, and it was Command C was working, and then Command V was not working. I had to right click and select paste. Okay, I was doing the command, all right? It wasn't work. I don't know why. Take it up with Mac. Okay. Email, all right, Tim Apple, okay? It's not it's not. I don't know why. I don't know what the issue is. Okay, but let me get to the let's get to the game. Oh, I lost everything. There we go. There's all these gestures and stuff that I'm not used to. It's just like Things just work differently. So I got to get used to it. Okay, there's Brewington. And all right, here's the game. So let me back up through the opening so you guys can see what's happened here. Oh, Tesla saying you got to disable the gestures. Yeah, I'm still playing around with them. So Magnus goes for knight f3 c4. This is like a very common thing these days, so-called ready system, or Neo-Catalan. And he invites black to play d4. So now we get like reverse Benoni. But then e4 is played. Burlington doesn't take. e5, knight d7, queen e2. And now this transformed into a King's Indian attack. And King f1. Wow, that's not a mouse slip. I just saw it on the video. King f1 played. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting, actually. Normally white just castles in this kind of structure, but here Magnus is keeping his rook on the h-file because he knows that one day black is going to want to play g5 and his rook is going to be needed there for defense. Okay. So, yeah, very sharp position. I mean, black is playing on the king side here. White's playing on the queen side, looking for this b4 break at some point. White also has this knight e4, knight d6 idea. That's kind of annoying. Honestly, don't love it for Brew. I feel like this is a good position for white. Yeah. Well, he's a fighter. And who knows, maybe Magnus is not fully recovered yet in terms of his form. So, go Brewington. Go Brewington. Okay. Wow, we got Americans on like all the top boards. Let's check in with board 2. Got Dominguez as black against the Russian sensation Volodar Murzin. He's gotten 4.5 out of 5. Defeated Caruana yesterday. Okay, looks like solid position so far. I think this is pretty theoretical. We got like isolated queen pawn. Black is nicely controlling the blockading square on d5. After bishop c6, white can trade on c6. Black will recapture, and I think things are close to equal here. But Murzin, I feel like, I don't know if he's going to capture. That kind of gives up a lot of white's initiative. I think he's going to try to make something like queen g3, queen h3 work. One of these moves first. Complicated position. You don't see these like, classic Queen's Gambit declined or IQP positions too often. Robson Arjun? Yeah, absolutely. Wow. I mean, amazing pairings. Here we have Sergisian against Nerditsky. Nerditsky also having a monster event. I didn't realize yesterday, but yeah, he finished the first day tied for first. So, yeah. Danya haters in shambles. And today's game looks solid so far. Accelerated Dragon, Maratsi bind structure. Black getting a lot of pressure against the c4 pawn early on. I haven't seen this exact position for sure. It's a little bit funky. But seems like a very well playable position. I would expect rook c1 to defend this pawn. Or maybe white's thinking about c5 as well. Okay, so this one definitely still developing. And then we have a battle for the ages, Giri Aronian. These guys have faced each other many times over the years. Although Giri is of a younger generation, still he's been around long enough. So he and Levon have played many, many games against each other. And interesting. Yeah, in general, I feel like Levon has had the upper hand against Giri in terms of like outfoxing him, but that could have been a long time ago. And now these days, I think Giri no longer has any fear of these guys. This position, super double-edged. People are asking, what am I looking for while analyzing a position in the middle game? Honestly, I'm just trying to understand the evaluation first and foremost. I'm trying to figure out how well I understand the position, if at all. Some positions, don't really speak to me, and then I can tell you like, wow, I don't really get. what's going on here. In this position, I kind of like black first glance because black has a lot of space with this e-pawn. And after this move, knight c6, black is kind of provoking white to advance d5 so you can get some squares with the knight. So I think Levon here actually stands quite well, though maybe it's not so bad. For instance, white can continue a5 and look to put some pressure on the queen side. Okay, and then we have, wow, Naka against Sindarov. Another, like, huge... It was a very, very interesting matchup. Naka, obviously top player. Sindarov, one of the Uzbeki talents. And, like, what a position. I mean, knight of 6 hanging right now. Black's king in the center. He can also take here. Feels like this might fizzle out, actually, very quickly after bishop e4. Rook d1, who knows? Although that endgame kind of looks nice for white. So, I don't know. Naka might be under some pressure here. Sevian playing Duda. Okay, solid London system here set up from Sevian. Sevian also having a great event. And, okay, here we have Robson against Arjun. Wow. Sharp game, sharp game. Robson already under 2 minutes. Robson, Ray always spends time. He spends so much time. It's very difficult for anyone who likes to root for Ray because he's always in time trouble. Oh, man. Okay, so this was the famous Marshall Gambit with e4. So very well-known opening. I think Ray has played both sides of this position, if I'm not mistaken. But there is a lot of theory here. So this bishop f8, this is a funny move that's been known actually for a few years. But the idea is that bishop cannot be taken because of checkmate. So queen g6, got to defend g7. Bishop drops back, e5, takes. Knight b4, so black trying to get some initiative here. Knight f4. Wow. And yeah, somewhere he spent all this time. And now, I mean, the position is insanely complicated because there's like knight c2 check, king d2. Okay, maybe the knight starts to hang. If black moves the queen, there's bishop takes g7. Super sharp position. I don't love this for Ray. He is very fast, but I don't love this for him against Arjun Erigaisi, who's also very fast. So, yeah, big big problems for Ray. I mean, position looks okay. Like, I don't really see what's so terrible about white's position. It is very sharp, though. So, like, queen f5, like, I mean, who knows what's happening here? What, is he playing queen d6, knight c2 check, takes the rook, bishop d3. Yeah, it's super complicated. I mean, I feel like white's okay here because we have bishop takes g7 in the future, and we can gobble our own rook. But what a tough position to play on 2 minutes, I gotta say. Okay, folks, let me know, where do you want to go? Lots of different games we could be looking at. Fabi is playing this kid from Kazakhstan who many people probably don't know, Kazibek Nogurbek, but he's actually, I believe he's the standing or the current world junior champion of the, I think, 2024 World Junior Championship. I think was in India, and he won the open section. So really, really strong player, obviously. But Fabi is Fabi. He's also won a couple tournaments in his day. Fabi here looks comfortable. Bishop on d5 is very nice. Bishop on c1 is looking good. Okay, yeah, we can stick with Fabi for a bit. Let's see what happened in this opening. So this was also English ready. See, exact same position Magnus had in this game, different move order. Very, very topical these days after the World Championship match. I've been playing these positions myself as well. Oh, hold on. Something happening in the Magnus game. So we'll maybe go back to Magnus at some point too, because I want to see how Brewington does. So d3, King's Indian attack setup, knight c6, a3. So Fabi definitely playing very kind of flexible system to get the opponent out of book, I think. Takes, e5, knight c3, h6. And these games are interesting because I think the players did have the pairings for these games for some time, right? So there definitely was some prep that went into this first round. So takes, rook d1, c5, knight hops in, takes, bishop f6, rook b1. Question if knight c6 is natural in the setup. I would say it's not natural, but I don't know. Gukesh played like this knight c6 thing that was similar to this. I think not exact. So I guess the engine likes it, but I would say it's not natural. I would say c5 first is more natural, followed by knight c6. But okay, modern players are going to do what modern players do. They just follow the engine without much bias. Yeah, okay, here it kind of worked out for black. So knight jumps into d4, takes, rook d1, c5 gets in anyway. Knight d5 takes. And now we get kind of like a typical English setup. Fabi pushes b4 and takes with the rook, huh? Very interesting. Normally you would expect taking with the pawn. Fabi's like, I also want to break some rules. I'm going to take with the rook. It's hard for black to mobilize here. Rook b8 runs into bishop f4. And otherwise it's hard for black to play b6. It's hard for black to move the bishop without losing the pawn. So actually, Nogurbek spending some time here. Looks like he's got some issues to solve. So this rook takes b4. This anti-positional recapture ends up posing some issues for black. Now, I feel like the main line here to check would be rook b8, bishop f4, bishop e5. But then there's a maybe very sneaky move, queen e4, that kind of, well, pins and maybe wins. Black could go rook e8 there still. Take. Well, Miles, I think there's a number of... Oh, we got moves. Okay, I think there's a number of questions there. So rook e8 played. e4. En passant, forced. Bishop takes e3. Bishop g5. And, okay, black's still under pressure. It feels like white still has some edge here. So, question about the name Nogurbek. So first off, I should say the dude's name here is not Nogurbek. It's Kazibek Nogurbek with a G. N-O-G-E-R. Okay, so it's not another Nogurbek. Secondly, the two Nogurbeks are from Uzbekistan, not Kazakhstan, right? So let's get that straight. So the famous Nogurbeks from Uzbekistan. But okay, those names are often quite similar. But I honestly don't know. I don't know much about their names. So brief corrections, but I really I don't know much. I don't know much. But I'm guessing that those are common names. I mean, what are the chances you're going to have two Nogurbeks that are like, okay, one's top player, one's nearly 2,700. What are the chances you're going to have two Nogurbeks and that's not like a normal name. It's not like a typical name. Okay, so Fabi's still pressing here a little bit because he's going to get c5 in and it's hard for black to develop, but some chances for the opponent still. I want to check in with Brew because Brew, I saw a lot of changes on this board. And let's just see what happens. So we had this, knight e4 played. And black takes pawn on e5. Okay, it's a big pawn to capture, but Magnus, wow, just sacrifices the pawn and goes b4, f5, takes on c5. So some tactics now. Takes on g2. And the point is that if black takes here, then white is taking the knight on e5. So white is getting the pawn back. The piece back, the pawn back. So queen c6 check. f3 takes on f3. Looking to get another pawn. Queen takes e6. Takes. Knight g5. Rook e1. Takes. So after all that, we end up in an endgame with equal material, but it looks very good for white. For a number of reasons. The rooks are stacked and nicely. nicely active. I feel like white's bishop here is better, but also white's structure is just nicer because you have this pawn that's restricting black's 2 pawns here, whereas white's majority on the queen side is very, very much mobile. And yeah, this is like the classic like Benoni majority, where you have the c pawn that can push, and the c pawn is very strong. In fact, right now white's trying to just push c5, c6, and just kind of win the game with this pawn. So this is looking very tough for Brew. Hopefully he finds a way to hold this. Yeah, let's check Danya. He was playing against the Armenian sensation Shant Sargsyan. So let's just go back a bit. We had this here. We saw it. C5 played. Okay, that's one of the moves we were thinking of. Knight C4, Queen C1. Grabs the bishop here. I know Danya likes the bishops. And sacks the queen? No sack. Wow, Knight C5. White did not go rook takes D8. I think because black would recapture. And then bishop D4 is a huge threat. And black is starting to win a third piece with knight A4. So this might just be good for black. So queen C5 played, queen C8, B3. Rook D8 trades, rook D1. We have this position. So, okay, equal material, but black has kept the bishop pair. And should be okay. I don't think white is really in huge danger here. Maybe white is even better. I don't know. I'm kind of biased in favor of the bishops as well, but I think black is at least okay. So yeah, Danya should be all right because you can still activate quickly, like bishop f6, queen h6, and the queen immediately gets in. Yeah, I kind of went over that quickly, but yeah, the queen sack it looked pretty good. So there was a question if takes queen a3. It does defend the knight. But yeah, anyway, I think black's pieces are just kind of active here. Maybe like just take and rook d2. And obviously we're hitting the bishop. We want to go rook takes b2, rook takes a2. And looking at it now, I mean, yeah, we didn't win the third piece, but we are just very active and black's pieces are just like perfectly coordinated, right? It's like hard to see what white's queen is going to do here. So I don't know, but I kind of like black here. I think I would take black. But okay, that was definitely a big question. Both players seem to think black had enough. And then, okay, h5 played. I thought maybe bishop f6, queen h6 is kind of sneaky, but h5 instead. In the meantime, Magnus is pushing a bishop endgame, and it's pretty unpleasant for Brewington. Okay, rook d8 here. Danya looking to trade off the rooks. I feel like I would take black here. Actually, he's sacrificing a pawn with this move, but it just shows how active black's position is. Like takes queen a5. You got bishop d4. And I think black just wins here, although there's still knight c4. So actually, no, it's not that simple. So then what's his idea? Because he is sacrificing a pawn right now. Takes queen a5. But okay, even if he goes queen d4, I feel like I still like black's position. Because once the queen gets in and bishop d4, it's like really painful for white, right? So okay, he just takes on a5 right away. So now I'm expecting takes queen d8 and black having similar counterplay. Robson winning with 40 seconds. Holy moly. By the way, Dominguez's game was drawn. So Dominguez got 5. Let me see. Okay, Robson's game is kind of ridiculous right now. All right, so Danya looks safe. I don't think this game is actually going to end that soon. I think he's got good comp for the pawn. Robson is, I don't know what's going on here. Ray. It looks fun. I mean, it looks like a Morphean endgame from, 19th century. Let's just see how we got here so maybe we can better understand. So queen f5, queen d6, that was the move I called. Knight c or f6 first, bishop c3, check king d2, take bishop d3. Here rook e1, king f7. So white is down full rook. But, okay, he's basically down the exchange because he can take this knight whenever. Question is, does he have enough for the king? He's got 15 seconds. That's the real problem. So what does he do here? He doesn't want to just go for the endgame. So queen c5. I think that looks like the right move because you're looking at queen h5 check right now, which looks quite dangerous. So basically white's down the exchange here because we're going to take this knight on a1. And black has no development. But white's king is a little awkward, and then black's king has some protection. But queen h5 check right now is a huge threat. Black can maybe go g6. But anyway, white's attack, is brewing. White's attack is Brewington Hardaway. So knight e6. And then queen f8, for example, right? Could be a big problem. So go Ray, as usual. He has his 10 seconds. I'm watching Brewington on the camera. Magnus seems very confidently converting his endgame advantage. It's tough, though. It's tough. I mean, look, it's Magnus Carlsen, Mozart of chess, greatest endgame player of all time. He's been winning these endgames for so long. Does black have time for knight e7? Let's see. So knight e7. Queen h5 check, g6 maybe. Yeah, hard to calculate. Oh, I see Noterbeck won against Ronak Sadwani. So Noterbeck breaking out. Breaking through. What do I think about Magnus's game about Lazovic? I didn't have huge thoughts on the game. Okay, Magnus just won against Brew. Good game for Brew. Hopefully good experience for him. I'm sure he'll bounce back. He's having a good tournament, though. He had 3 out of 5 going into this. So having an even event, I think, still very, very good. Yeah, Magnus's game against Lazovic, I don't know. I didn't think it was like that special. I didn't see it too closely. I'm sure Magnus could have played better, but Lazovic is very strong. I mean, he's in this Champions Chess Tour. He's in the finals. So I don't think it wasn't too surprising for me that he could beat Magnus with white. Because I don't know. I mean, I just watched him in the Champions Chess Tour beating up on Nepo and MVL and Aronian, all these guys. So it's he didn't. He's really good. He's very strong. Blitz and Rapid. Okay, Arjun going down to 50 seconds. Finally plays g6. Ray. 15 seconds left. Gotta move. What to do? Shoot, we were blabbing. We didn't come up with a move for Ray. Oh, 96, I thought. Yeah, I already said 96. Okay, so he gives up the queen. But now it's going to be queen for 2 rooks and this knight on a1. But this knight on a1, it's gone. I mean, b3, bishop takes a1. It's very simple. So it's queen for 2 rooks with white having these 2 bishops. I think it's a nice position for white. I mean, white's 2 bishops are really strong. Queen and dark sword bishop, right? How does black develop? Oh, queen d4. What a move. Stopping the knight, stopping rook d8. Very nice move, queen d4. This shows why white's better. This move. Okay, king g7, I think you got to play. I don't know what else. Just move your king. Maybe b4 instead of b. Sure. All right, c5. Arjun just desperately giving up a pawn to develop here. Ray could take it, or he could keep the pressure with queen f4. Okay, he takes it because he still has this one lined up. Now rook d8, so queen a7, he wants bishop c4. This is why I like b3, just to control the bishop takes c4 stuff. Okay, king e2, just unpinning immediately. Fair enough. Arjun under big pressure. Meanwhile, Naka drew with Sundarov. Keeping an eye on Danya. Danya's still in the game. I don't think he's worse. I don't think he's in trouble against Shant. But we'll see. We'll see. Bishop f5, maybe. That's a tough move to play though, because you're opening up your king a lot. And there was like trades and queen c7 check. So I think that was a very risky move. Because here he would need rook d7, right? Which he wouldn't have with if the bishops were traded. Caruana winning. Let's see. Yeah, Caruana looks completely winning. So go Fabi. But also go Ray. I mean, Arjun is really the guy that's holding back American chess, right? He's the main threat to Fabi's circuit candidate spot. So this is an important game. Fabi right now, he's backing Ray big time. It's like, go Ray. Go Ray. Okay, queen c1. Ray's like, I gotta pick up this knight right now. But now maybe rook e8 check. Now black's piece is getting out. Rook e8 check, rook d8. Rook d8. Uh-oh. I don't like this. I think this might have just turned. What does white do on rook d8? This is just a big problem. Uh-oh. I mean, bishop e1 maybe only move. But now white's I mean, feels like black is winning. Feels like white should be busted here. Okay, king e2. Okay, that's kind of clever. Yeah, I didn't see king e2. So now rook d1 you can just take. But Arjun wants more. Knight d4. Wow. So it takes rook d2 check king e1. I think white's still okay there. Rook c2 though. Oof. I like g3. Try to get the king out. Give the king some safety. But king e6. Queen e3 check. Go Ray, go. Meanwhile, Danya's position is completely exploding. But I think Danya's making a draw. I think that's going into opposite colored bishops. Although he will be down a pawn. But we'll see there. We'll see. Okay, rook d1. I think you got to take. Otherwise, you're just lost. But Arjun's calculated that he's already winning. The king comes in. Oh, the king is coming in. The king and pawn endgame. No, Ray's losing this. Dang, Arjun too straight. It looked really good for Ray. I feel like Ray was winning there, but somewhere he must have missed his chance. Because this is just busted. The king is just coming in. Oh, that's true. Wait, hold on. We have an extra pawn. I didn't notice. But if you can't go and pick up the knight, that's a big problem. Yeah, I think black was winning there anyway. If white went for the knight, I mean, black gets back the extra pawn, and then the king is just too active. So he's trying to... I mean, I think, okay, this is definitely the best chance, right? He's trying to hold the king out and just say the knight's not getting out, so you don't have an extra knight. But I feel like you can't play with... yeah, you can't play down a piece. Danya made a draw. Okay, I think that's a reasonable result playing black. So he's still tied for first. So top two boards both made draws. So right now first place is going to be 5 out of 6 points. Yeah, so the question is, can black somehow zugzwang white, where white's king isn't able to just shuffle back between, because you need white's king to go back king b2 for black's king to enter and win. Because, for example, yeah, if white goes king b2 at any point, then black is just taking king d4 and should enter and win. So the question is there actually a zugzwang? Okay, g4 is smart, because g4 means that now white's king has to be on d3. Exactly. And this creates a square. So king d3, black will play b6, and we're basically getting into, that's going to be a zugzwang right there. King moves, king comes into e4. And Arjun has plenty of moves in reserve just in case. So yeah, g4 smart. Okay, a3. Probably only chance for Ray, because otherwise black's king just gets in. So he's trying to get some counterplay. Still tricky, because he's going to go b4, take, and then just push like c5. Feels like it should be winning for black. Maybe king e4. Okay, b6. a4. Nope, he just takes. And now black's king is going to be too strong. So yeah, that's resigns. Yeah, maybe b4 was a better try. So game's over. They put the king on e5. b4 may be a better try. Oh, but b4 then just a4, right? And the knight gets out. So this is kind of, no way this is anything for white. Okay, let's jump to Levon. Levon trying to hold against Giri. Yo-oh. He has a horse, but the problem is Giri has rook c7. And you can lead a horse to water, but you can't deal with rook c7 so easily. So rook e8. But rook g8, I think just this one, yeah, I mean, okay, he still has the check. So maybe king g2. I feel like king g2 is the Giri move. Maybe rook, no, not rook f7. Yeah, king g2, knight moves. No, goes rook c5, okay. But now it's going to be knight check, king moves, rook f8, rook back, rook g8, rook f7. Maybe rook back to e8. Yeah, why not? Yeah, good call. Rook c7 now, I think, and then king g2. Or maybe just king g. You got to go king g2. I don't understand how you can hang this knight f3 check the whole time. Okay, king g2. Sugar Ray, yeah. I'm sure he was winning. That's rough. I mean, you live by the sword, die by the sword, you know. He's our time trouble addict. It means he often gets great positions, but then not enough time to convert, sadly. Ooh, rook a5, yeah. And that's it, right? No checks. You win one pawn, you'll win the f pawn. That's going to be GG. Okay, while I have a second, I also want to find the official FIDE stream, just to keep an eye on that. Oh, and they got Sevian against Duda. Sevian possibly beating Duda. Nice. Okay, Giri won. That's tough for Levon. But let's keep going. Okay, so this is Sevian Duda. Sevian, I think. Wait, no, now I don't know. Now, no, I think black is winning, actually. I think I saw the wrong position. Yeah, I think looks like black is completely winning here. Because he's going to get behind white's pawn, and then he's got too many passers for white to deal with. Okay, so let's go to Fabi. Because Fabi, I think, winning this. And then he's going to break through to the top. King d5. No, king d5 wasn't played. What happened was black resigned after rook c1 because the rooks are getting traded. And then after king to b5 to go after the pawn, white goes rook c7, and it's just a very easy cleanup on this side of the board. So Fabi wins. He gets to 4.5 out of 6, so he's just a half point behind the leaders. And then we got Firouzja Antipov. Wow. What a position. What a position. Okay, probably white has enough here. Probably white's winning because he's got like f5, f6. He's got rook, bishop, and pawn, but still, what a situation. And Firouzja needs a win here to get back to 4.5 out of 6. So this day 2 is really critical. I mean, folks, once again, history is on the line. This is a World Rapid Championship. Yeah, unfortunately, Sevian, I'm keeping an eye on this game, but I don't see any chances for him. He's just losing the rook and pawn endgame. Duda, the cold-blooded assassin, no remorse for his win, showing no remorse for taking down Sevian. You know, it's a game. You got to do what you got to do. Okay, d3 check. Got to take with the rook. King f6. Now maybe f5 to, lock in the bishop. No, rook d6. Okay. But what does he want on king e7? Wait, this is confusing. Oh, rook will just move off to the 6th rank. Oh, and that's it. He resigned. Wow. So king e7, I guess rook just moves. And he can... Oh, I see the point. So you can't really get the knight out ever because white takes and takes on h6. And then this is just game over. Like, you can even come back and take this pawn. And you have a very easy king and pawn endgame. And if the knight can't move, then you're not really doing anything. White just goes f5. So, very nice. Okay, more games. Shankland up a pawn in this rook endgame. Let me find all the American players. Because, folks, there's so many games, so I thought it'd be, makes sense to just focus on the U.S. players for our stream, just to give some semblance of structure. Hey, Guitar Spider. Hello, hello. Actually, let's finish off this Duda game. So Duda here, unfortunately, taking down Sevian, I think. That Shankland game, yeah, I mean, definitely theoretical draw 2 versus 1, but we'll see if Shankland can win it. I mean, he did just write a book on theoretical rook endgame, so he'll probably have some tricks up his sleeve. Duda hasn't written a book on rook endgames, but he is well over 2,700 and has been for many years, so he probably knows what to do. Just bring the king in and give a checkmate. Okay, Sevian goes rook b5. He came back this way, actually, so he didn't go that way. Because maybe takes and then rook e1. So Duda coming around this way. His technique probably good enough. After these games, we'll switch over to Alice, because Alice is playing Ju Wenjun right now. Women's World Champion. And, yeah. Okay, her position... Oh, she's got 40 seconds. She's slightly worse. So, we'll see. We'll see, but Alice playing amazing so far. So, hopefully she can hold it. Yeah, Magnus finally won a game. So, Magnus back. Magnus often starts slow in these events, though. So, you guys got to keep that in mind. Like, he has often had a bad first day in the World Rapid. And then he does this thing where he just wins every game in a row. And then that overtakes everyone else eventually. so, so Magnus dangerous as usual. But we'll see. There's a lot of like, I mean, almost every top player is playing here. So. Okay, rook a3, king g2. Yeah, Arjun amazing. No, I think Arjun is one of the most sparkling players we have right now. And he's very interesting to follow because he's kind of unpredictable. Like, you don't know what you're going to get with Arjun. So it's very interesting to just see his games, just see what Arjun is doing. The last player I truly felt this about was Magnus, right? Like, every time Magnus plays, I want to see his game. I just want to see like what kind of art he's demonstrated over the board. Arjun is a bit different. With Arjun, it's usually not art, but it's more like chaos. Just absolute chaos, but that's also interesting. That's also cool. With Magnus, it's like a nice painting. It's like very elegant. And with Arjun, it's some kind of abstract smattering of brilliant chess moves. Okay, Duda here, struggling a bit, but I think he's going to get the job done. I mean, eventually he's taking on f3, and then his rook will have time to get behind white's a pawn, and then black's kingside pawns should win. In the meantime, Alice still holding, but in time pressure against Ju and Jun. But her position is still very much playable. Okay, rook b6 check, king d7. What white does here, rook b3. But now king goes to c6. And black asks white to make a move. Where are you going to go after king c6? Okay, goes rook a2. Expecting rook b4. Yeah, big risk taker is Arjun. Alice pushing her pawns on the queen side. No, not yet. Okay, rook c4 check. King d5, I think. Okay, Duda got king d5. Rook b4. How does he break through here? I mean, I really thought this should be winning, but he seems to be hesitating. One thing I've noticed about Duda, though, is that he's kind of a maniac in that he'll push it to the limit. Like, I've watched him play a lot, and he'll often just go down to 1 second before making his move, and he'll just play on this like 2-second increment. Here they have a 10-second increment. It's 15 plus 10, so he has a lot of time. But he often, when he plays Blitz, he'll just go down to 1 second, make a move, and he'll repeat a bunch of times and then make a move. And you think he's repeating? He just keeps playing and playing and playing. Okay, there's some delay here. I wonder if Sebian's like making a claim at some point. Okay, I don't know. Some weirdness with the board happening here. Let me jump to Shankland. Shankland's still trying to convert this one. Okay, finally goes e4. King e5. And normally these positions are a draw, but like, look what's happened. Now white has rook e2 coming. So how is black dealing with rook e2? Or how's white dealing with this? Excuse me. So here, check. Another check, king e6. And then white can go king f4 probably. Yeah, Alice in a queen endgame now, where she should be okay. If anything, it feels like white could even be in danger there, but should be balanced in the queen endgame for Alice. So hopefully she makes a draw. Black against world champion is pretty good. Okay, check and check. G3. Yep, Wenjun playing very ambitiously here for the win. Queen f5. Go Alice, go Alice. Okay, what happened here? What's going on? Also, I don't see the Duda game. So what happened to the Duda game? Sevian drew. Wow, I think they drew by repetition. I think they accidentally repeated because there was some delay and probably he was making a claim. So I think they must have repeated by accident. Wow, so Sevian makes a draw with Duda. That's huge. He was totally lost. He was totally lost. And Shanklin looks winning. Wow, he managed. Hold on, I missed last couple moves. What happened? So king came up, check, check. He can't go back because rook g4 mate. And that's it. Black is winning. Well, is it so easy? I think it is. I think it's just rook f3 next and black is good. Sometimes you're up 2 pawns, it can still be a little bit complicated if the defensive pieces are active, but I think black is well placed enough here, but we'll see. Zero Sum, thank you for subscribing, 34 months. Hello, hello, long time, long time. So Sam, a little bit more work to do to convert this, but I think it's good. Just e3 exactly, and you don't have time to pick up this pawn because black's e pawn will just run. So black's plan is very simple: f4, rook f2, and it's hard for white to just do anything. f4 now. f4, rook f2. Easy peasy. Roly poly. Okay, brings in the king. You see the rook endgame's paid off, guys. Rook endgame's paid off. Okay, Alice game looks like it's still a draw in the queen and pawn endgame. But she's nervously holding. There's like a million people watching her defend this against Ju and Jun. And that's it. Shanklin wins. Very nice. Okay, let's go to Alice. Let's go to Alice. So this was the queen endgame. I've been watching this from the corner of my eye. White is down a pawn, but the d pawn definitely guarantees white enough counterplay here, at least for a draw. But I don't think white is better. I think black is still okay because black has counterplay of her own. But now actually she needs to be careful here. She needs to be very, very careful here. Alice, 3 seconds. Okay, queen d5, good. I like the centralization. Maybe queen d2. Oh, it's so close. It's so close, but I think she has enough here. Okay, b4. White can go queen c7, but then we have queen d4, right? And if white promotes, we're getting the perpetual check. So this is kind of black's idea, is that the queen is always active enough to do some damage. And in the meantime, b pawn is running. So queen c7, queen d4, I think. Okay, she goes queen f5. Somehow I like queen d4 more. I'm not sure which one is better. Because the point is, if white defends the pawn, then black will be able to check the king from somewhere. And it's hard for white to avoid this kind of perpetual. So queen b1 check is coming. And then if king g2, the queen will come back to e4. So queen d3. Okay, gotta find the perpetual here. Oh, this is very scary. White's king is trying to get out. Oh, this is really tricky. This is really tricky now. Because you gotta try to find the perpetual, but it's not easy. I mean, the king is escaping. Maybe queen h1, queen e4, king d2. Oh, this is really tough to calculate. One mistake and white wins this because their pawn will promote. And so the king is now going to start walking out. And the checks could easily run out here because white's king has so many squares to work with. So I think it's winning. I think it's winning for white. I think Alice was okay, but now I think it's winning because it just... I don't think you can hold it. I think the king is just going to snake out. Hello, Krishna from the YouTube chat. Do I reply to people in chat? Yes. Every time. Every time. No, we do our best. We do our best here. Big bummer for Alice, because I think white's king is just getting out. Yeah, you can't give queen d1 check when the king is on b3 because of queen c2. Very important detail here. But I think the bigger issue is that white's queen is actually just covering a lot of squares. And white's king has a lot of shelter around black's pawns. So I think just king b3 here. The thing is, it's like there's no mate. Your king is going to be very safe. And black just has to ditch some of these pawns looking for perpetual. Now maybe she can still get something with like queen d3 check, king takes b4, queen b5 check. Maybe there's some kind of perpetual there, but really hard to calculate with seconds on your clock. Chess is a difficult game. So queen d4, I'm expecting king b3, and I think queen d3 now. You have to keep giving checks. So queen d3 and queen b5. Okay, maybe like this, but now I feel like... Ooh, queen b1? This is a good idea. This is a good chance, actually. Hold on, because white's king... but white's king can come up, king c5. That's the issue. Here, there would have been queen b5 check, but the problem is white's king can come up. And I don't think there's a draw anymore. Oh, she missed queen c2. Oh, she did. Oh, she missed queen c2. Oh, dang. I think she's still winning, but yeah, we called that one. That was a big blind spot, huh, for the players, right? Backwards move. I think she's still winning just because the pawn is stronger than any of black's pawns, but that was a nice find. That was a nice find. We didn't need an engine to find that one, huh, folks? We didn't need an engine for that one. We saw that one ourselves. Put that on Reddit. Sorry. Okay, anyways. So, check. King b8, king c8. King is running away. And unfortunately the pawn is promoting. The king is just hiding behind the queen. I don't see any salvation here for black. Dang. Dang, but okay, the dream is not over for Alice, because she'll still have 4 out of 5. She gets white her next game. She's still a beast, so she can bounce back. King c8 now, I think. Okay, she's still fighting. King c8, she wants queen e6 to pin a pawn. Your last resort when you can't give checks is to pin the pawn, right, with queen e6. And then if white moves the king out of the way, then queen comes back. So right now, Jun is trying to calculate her way out of the checks. And she's probably going to figure it out because she is incredibly strong. Queen b6. Okay, so now queen d5 check, king maybe c7. Excuse me. Or queen c6 maybe. But I think she wants to keep her queen on the promotion square so that she's always threatening to promote. So king c7. Thank you, thank you. Black has to keep giving checks, but it won't be easier. I think actually she's figured it out. Queen c4, king b8 is over. So queen e5, good. Now maybe queen d6 for white to centralize. No, king c8. You can still play queen f5 if nothing else. But then white can even take this pawn and just continue. Or g4. Oh, g4 is... Yeah, that's a world champion move. It's a world champion move. Okay, check. Queen c7, I think, is over. Maybe she'll try last-ditch effort. Queen e4, queen a8, something like this. But usually that doesn't work. Usually that doesn't work. King just walks to f8, I think. And then one of the queens will block. But she has time. Very instructive. She's using her time. Finds king e8. And yeah, I think it's going to be resigned soon. Let me check the camera. Camera's a little bit behind the chess.com board. It just takes the pawn. Taking the pawn makes a lot of sense, because now when you move the king, it's going to be a call the ambulance, but not for me situation. So I think that might be it. No, Alice still fighting. Okay, now it's resigns. Now it's resigns for sure. Hello, Debarshi. Hello, hello. Yeah. Okay, tough one for Alice. Hopefully she bounces back. Let's see who's still playing here. We have Irina playing against Alua Nurman, strong junior from Kazakhstan. And we have another queen endgame. Oof. Very complicated. Black's pawn already on c2. Might be okay. Might be okay for white. Honestly, I don't even know who's better and why. I feel like it's probably close to a draw. I feel like both sides have enough for a draw. Yeah, probably black is not worse here. I mean, you got d4, d3 at minimum. But the question is, does white have a perpetual? Feels like white should have a perpetual as well, with a lot of checks. Okay, but there's two questions here. Number one, who's better? And number two, who's playing for the win? Neither of these are clear. Okay, queen e2, hitting f2. Okay, giving a lot of checks. Looks like they might be drawing here. I can't see either side really playing this on because black is threatening this. Pawn is strong. And it's hard for black to escape the checks as well. Okay, this one I think is a draw. Let's jump to Talia. Talia winning. Look at this endgame. She's got 3 pawns up for nothing. This one I think we can evaluate. White winning. Irina game looks like that ended in a draw. And that might be it for the US games. Talia thinking here. I don't know what she's thinking about. King g3, f3. It's really hard to blunder when you're up 3 pawns. Queen f3 check. Okay, some check. Maybe knight h5 next. But I feel like this one is very, very straightforward for white. Bishop on g8, not really doing too much. Okay, knight h5. Check. G3. Maybe king h3. Maybe she doesn't want to weaken the light squares. Maybe queen f4. Not move anything. Okay, queen f8. Time to push more. All right, folks. Looks like first round here is coming to a close. I'm gonna take a quick break. Alrighty, folks. So yeah, look, I'm not sure how long it's gonna be until the next round. We'll see. We'll see. But they've got the pairings up for the next round, so hopefully it won't be too long. Let me see actually where their broadcast is at. Okay, their broadcast is back. So it was on break, and now it's back. So that's a good sign. So we should get the next game soon. In the meantime, if people have questions, dojo stuff, general chess improvement stuff, feel free to ask. I saw there was one question about how to get to 2,000 FIDE from Debarshi. So from 1,800 FIDE to 2,000 FIDE. Yeah. I mean, you got to work on your chess. How do you work on your chess? Well, play games, analyze games, read books, solve puzzles. So which of those things are you not doing? You got to do all those things. By the way, they're showing the women's results. So that might be of interest to you guys. So Ju Wenjun is leading the women's field with 4.5. Not unsurprising. She's very strong. And then there's a bunch of women on 4 out of 5, including our own Alice Lee. So go Alice. Yeah, I mean, in general, the way you improve at chess is what I just said. You just do those things that are appropriate to your level. So play strong players, right, between 18 to 2,000 FIDE. Analyze those games very carefully. Try to understand where your mistakes are coming from, and then work on your weaknesses. That means reading books, solving puzzles, etc., etc. So you got to play games to figure out your weaknesses, and then you study materials to work on those weaknesses, improve your game one aspect at a time. If you like a straightforward training plan that helps you figure out what to do at every level, I would highly encourage you and everyone else to check out the Chess Dojo training program, ChessDojo.club. In fact, currently we're running a New Year's deal where you can get 1 month free of the training program using code NY25. Sign up at ChessDojo.club and use that code at checkout to get a free month, and you can see what the Dojo training program is all about. And join our awesome community of chess improvers. So there's the pitch. We have round 7 starting. Danya playing Noterbeck, who chooses the Caro-Kann, and Danya choosing a system against it. Are we going to see 2 knights, or maybe Leela D3 variation, which is quite interesting as well. Exchange. And I bet we can find actually the live view because they have videos of multiple boards. Yeah, top 6 boards. So board 3 open should be Danya's game. No, it's Dominguez Giri. Okay, I thought board 3 was Danya. Let's try board 2. How about board 2? Board 2, Danya Noterbeck. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay, Danya playing 95 confidently. He's playing with his shirt. Danya fixing his shirt buttons. Noterbeck looking at him. Funny. Debarshi says, I have the Silman's Endgame book, but I feel lazy to read. How should I motivate myself? Well, Debarshi, I mean, yeah, that's a question you have to answer. You know, like, why do you want to be better at chess? You know, that's the question. That's a good question. I would ask that. I would ask that question of yourself before you do anything. Why do you want to do it? Because I'm not telling you what to do. Maybe you'd be much happier driving cars, F1 racing. I don't know. So that's up to you. But you know, a good way to like get into chess is to watch chess tournaments, read classic chess books, watch documentaries on chess, that kind of thing. All right, we get exchange structure here. Pretty solid, pretty solid. But Danya, I think, thinking, you know, he's not going to out theory the great Norbek Abdusatorov, right? So he's just looking to get a structure and a playable position. It is playable what he's doing. He's going to bring the knight to f3, rook e1. Well, he does have the bishop pair. If we just back up a bit, that's what he got with this move, knight takes d7. He got the nice bishop pair. And probably black's position is reasonable, but I would say white has to be better here. Two bishops, nice structure. Do you still have a career in chess if you're 15 and 1800? Yeah. I think I was about 15 and 1800. I don't think I was too far off from that. So, yeah, you could still make IM and GM and the whole thing. But you got to work hard. You know, if you're lazy and not reading your books, then nothing's going to happen. I'm sorry to say, you know, you got to do the thing that gets you to, you know, the higher level. But yeah, you have to spend your time doing the work, sadly. Unfortunately, that's the big thing. You got to spend your time doing the work. Okay, g3. Danya's still looking good. Knight is coming to f3. Bishop dropping back to d3. And maybe knight e5 one day, or maybe he even wants f4 and then knight f3 behind that. Will be interesting to see. Okay, rook e8 from Norbek. Sneaky move. Is he playing for e5? Because he's also self-pinning himself. So what's that about? Danya thinking here. Danya thinking. A couple moves to think about. One is f4, which is, I would say, very ambitious. Clamping down on the e5 square. I feel like we're not going to... Because f4 is not a move you play with the bishop pair. f4 is usually a move you play when you have two knights that are ready to clamp down on e5. So I feel like bishop d3 is an idea here to play knight f3 without allowing knight e4. Because knight f3 he could have even played on the last move, but I think maybe he didn't want to allow black's knight to come in with knight e4. So maybe bishop d3 here. I don't think this bishop is actually doing that much on this pin. Nathan likes actually likes f4. Yeah, maybe. I mean, f4, it's a bold move. It's a very bold move. It comes with drawbacks too, because you're opening up your king, you're taking space, you're extending. But like, if you get this knight to e5, then it's fantastic. So, yeah. We'll see if he plays it. We'll see if he plays it. Danya definitely going into the tank. And Norbek looking more or less unbothered, undaunted, unfazed by white going f4. But Norbek has very good poker face, so. Even if it was a good move, we wouldn't be able to tell. And he's telegraphing what he wants. He wants e5. I mean, that you don't really play rook e8 if you're not looking to play e5, I would think. Normally black is playing a6 b5 in this structure and looking for a queenside counterplay. So rook e8 doesn't really help that. A lot of times the rook would be going to c8, other rook goes to b8, etc. So he's not an idiot. He's playing rook e8 for like a specific reason. I would think it's e5. I mean, I don't know. But this move has really kind of stumped Danya, who's now really taking his time. Okay, finally goes knight f3. Knight f3 I think is very natural. It's kind of playing against e5. Allows knight e4, so we might see knight e4, bishop d3, f5. He was thinking for quite some time. Okay, knight e4 played knight g5 quickly from Danya. Christoph asking for the link to the live video. So yeah, so look, I can link you to this one, but if you go to the FIDE Chess YouTube page, and you go to their live streams, you'll be able to see all of them at once, because what they're doing is they have a video of like all the top boards for both the open and the women, and then you can see all the games that you want. So that's basically that's on FIDE Chess's YouTube page. And then they got an individual stream for each board. I don't think they had this yesterday. I think they set this up for today because the DGT issues, which I think is very good. So far, DGT has been fine today, but yeah, in case DGT breaks off, at least we'll have the video of the players, so we'll be able to tell what's going on. So knight g5, f5, as threatened, Noterbeck plays the stonewall, or sets up the stonewall structure with this f5. It's chaotic. I mean, this could quickly blow up if white plays. I don't think he's going to go f3, but there's like this f3 move. Of course, on f3, you're always worried about counter sacrifice on g3. So sharp position for white. If queen h5, I think black is just responding h6. Feels like there's some potential for white having a unopposed light square bishop, but not so easy. Yeah, I was thinking about this line. Why he's been talking queen h5, h6, knight e6, rook e6, queen takes f5. Yeah, I'm not sure. Might be nice for white because we already have 2 pawns and we're getting the 3rd pawn. And Danya goes for queen h5. Ooh, go Danya. Take him down. Just because his name is Noterbeck doesn't mean he's unstoppable, okay? Even Noterbecks can be defeated in chess. Now, black could take on g5, but then black is clearly worse because you don't want to play f5 without having a knight on e4 that can plug the e-file. So if black is just taking here, I think this position is just fantastic for white. The rooks will double up and huge weakness. So even I can understand that one. So g6 played. Okay, g6, that makes sense. Because h6, I think, runs into our line with knight e6 and queen f5. I feel like this is pretty nice for white. I wasn't totally sure, actually. There is queen f7. I honestly wasn't totally sure about this because queen f7 is kind of a problem. So I'm not sure. Maybe his intention was to do something else here. Maybe he just wanted to take. And then something like f3. I'm not really sure. But Noterbeck goes g6. Maybe he was afraid of the sacrifice anyway. And now Danya back in the tank. But it's rapid chess. So, okay, 9.5 minutes. He still has very reasonable amount of time, though Noterbeck is up on the clock, 14 minutes. So queen h6 played. Makes sense. Now again, black does not want to take on g5 and allow white's bishop in. So I think Danya is kind of provoking bishop f8 here, because this feels like a very natural move for black. So bishop f8, and then he'll drop back with like queen h4 or queen h3. And Noterbeck right now is thinking what he wants to do on these moves, if he needs bishop f8 or not. Maybe he can also play something solid like queen g7, offer a queen trade. but it feels like it should be a bit better for white. Like, let's say queen g7. For example, we trade. We go f3. I think black takes. We take. I don't know if white has a ton here, but I think it's a comfortable game for white. Because we have this free pressure against e6. We still have the bishop pair. Seems like white has at least a small advantage here. Oh, Nathan was asking about queen f3 and bishop f4. I think that was back in this position. I'm not really sure why he wants to go queen f3 and trade off these dark squared bishops. I think black, that kind of plays into black's hands. Queen h6, a6 played. Okay, Noterbeck finally kicking white's bishop. I don't think we're going to see the trade. I think white's going to drop back, maybe even to f1. Just completely getting out of the way. The bishop loves being parked at home here, where it can do work. Bishops are like, you know, millennial office workers. They love working from home. Because they can come out, they're not in the way. You know, they can just do their thing from their pajamas and only come out when truly needed. So I'm expecting bishop f1. Bishop a4 just allows black to get b5 in, which I think helps black, but maybe bishop comes back to c2. And then eventually white is looking for f3. So bishop a4, bishop c2, f3 ideas, hitting the knight, hitting e6. Danya thinking. Actually, I want to see the other pairing. So Danya playing Noterbeck, big game. Dominguez Giri. Oh, guys, we have Shanklin Caruana. No one said we have Fabi against Shanklin here. That's a huge game. That's a huge game. Unfortunately, we have a lot of U.S. versus U.S. Matchups here, but let's see what happens. So knight f3, g3, and b5. Bishop b7, e4, e6. Bishop g2, c5. Bishop e7, e5. Both players honestly playing this like very aggressively. White could have taken this pawn here. I guess they're, you know, didn't want to do that. He goes queen e2, knight c3. Takes, knight c6, rook d1, f6, takes, bishop e3, and now Fabi takes on c3. Queen e7, knight g5. Wow. Wow, very sharp position. I mean, first glance, it kind of looks nice for white, like knight e4, and white is hitting all these dark squares. So what could Fabi come up with here? I don't think black really wants to play d6 because you're under big pressure here. Knight e4. And we got problems. Maybe queen h5 as well, the Danya move. Okay, knight a5 from Fabi. So he wants to trade off light squared bishops. He's going after c4. I don't think white wants to take on b7, though. I feel like white wants to go knight e4 here. So what's happening on knight e4? Threatening bishop takes c5. Yeah, Carlsen playing Darda. Probably we won't see too much of the game, but we'll keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on that result. By the way, Hans struggling, right, guys? Hans is on board 55, playing Rudik Makarian, who's like this young kid who's very good. Yeah. Earlier we were watching Magnus because he's playing. He was playing Brewington, but I'm sure we'll see more Magnus games because he'll face the U.S. players. Okay, Shanklin here thinking. By the way, Danya's game. blowing up here because I want to keep an eye on this one because we were watching it. So queen h6, a6, bishop f1, e5 from Noterbeck. Takes on e4, and now Noterbeck is thinking here. Because he hadn't yet decided how he wants to recapture. I mean, normally black takes back with the f-pawn. You want to take towards the center. So I guess there's something wrong with this one that he doesn't like. Okay, he goes DE, or maybe he thinks this is just better, just to keep more pawns on the king side. Allowing bishop c4 check, but he's saying like king h8, and then there's no good follow-up there, and then eventually the bishop is going to be loose on c4, so it's not a good check for white. Sharp position. I mean, black is trying to get DE, knight e5, knight f3 check. Big problem. Big problem. Bishop e3, I think, would be like, whoops, the natural move, but then that runs into f4, and black's pawns are just steamrolling. So I'm not sure, maybe d5, but d5 is not a move that I like because it kind of keeps the position closed for our bishops, which is not what they want. I don't know. Danya under some pressure, I feel. Because black is starting also just to take on d4, so we have to do something about this pawn. Bishop e3, f4. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Bishop g5, maybe. But then black is taking on d4. And, oh, but then we want bishop c4 check. Oh, okay, I see your idea. So bishop g5. So if takes bishop c4, and then bishop f6. Ooh. Or bishop c4 first, king h8, then bishop g5. Okay, bishop g5 played. Danya on point. Okay, so now we can't take on d4. Gotta come up with something else for black. Maybe queen f7. Danya checking the chat. Yeah, as usual. As usual. Kramnik on the scene. So queen f7 here. Then maybe white even goes like b3, right? Just being annoying on the light squares. Okay, some potential here. Some potential. d5 I still don't like. White also has this idea of like h4, h5 to just soften black up whenever he wants. Okay, Noterbeck thinking here. If bishop e7, then check king h8. Does white have something special there? I don't see a clear knockout there for white. But I feel like white's position is okay. So maybe bishop e7 is also possible. So we have bishop e7, queen f7. Those seem to be black's two main options. He could also, I guess, move the knight here, but it doesn't make sense. For me, bishop e7 looks interesting because you want to challenge white's attacking pieces. But it does look a little risky, so it's not like so obvious that you're not going to run into some tactic right away. But it looks safe, bishop e7. Queen f7, I don't know, b3, b5, and black seems to be holding there. So I don't see the knockout for white. If bishop e7, d5, I think the knight can go to a5 still. Maybe d8. I'm not sure. I don't think it's maybe knight d8, knight f7. Okay, he goes queen f7. Now there's rook 81. This is Jake's move. Rook 81, I think, makes perfect sense here. You just keep this defended. You kind of eye this one. But b3, yeah, b3. It's hard to resist this move. I think black needs to play b5 here. Knight a5 is also possible, but feels weird. The knight's just sidelined, so I'm expecting b5. Maybe just a4 then, just kind of lighting up the light squares. a4, rook b8, take. Rook comes into a6 with a little skewer. Could be very nice for Dina here, actually. I can definitely see this just falling apart for black. Right now, bishop c4 is a threat. Big threat. I guess another move black could have played was queen g7, but for some reason he didn't. Whoa. Okay. Wow. Sacrificing the exchange. Bishop c4, he's going to go rook e6. Dang. Wow. But I don't understand it. What I don't get is if this is a defensive or aggressive. I feel like actually he's playing for to overtake the initiative. Like, I don't think this is a... Like, this looks very scary for white, because takes knight d4 comes in, knight f3 check is a big problem. So this is just like a very very creative exchange stack from Noterbeck, because like the rook on e6, I mean, it looks terrible for black, but how does white actually break through other than taking the exchange? But then black's pawns in the center are very strong and the knight is coming in. So this is yeah, honestly, some sick play from Noterbeck if this all works out. Oh, we got a raid from Alexander Chess. Hello, folks. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. We're watching World Rapid and Blitz Championship, folks, taking place right now in New York City, Wall Street. And we're following the U.S. players. Currently watching Daniel Naroditsky, who's tied for first in the tournament, playing the fearsome Noterbeck Abdusatorov. And this game is a problem. This game is getting very sharp. Black just played rook e6, and white could take the exchange, but I'm thinking that's actually like nice for black because he's gonna have a ton of compensation after that. So bishop f4, Daniel doesn't want the rook. Okay, I like bishop f4. I like bishop f4 just to kind of challenge black's central control a bit. Now maybe bishop f8. Queen will have to drop back. The exchange isn't going anywhere, but black might be getting time for d3 soon, which is also a problem. Or even just d takes c3 in order to get knight d4 in. So, yeah, this game getting very sharp. Maybe they'll repeat bishop f8, bishop e7. I think that's not a bad result for us right now here, actually. Noterbeck thinking. Somehow I have a feeling Noterbeck doesn't want a draw by repetition. Noterbeck wants the full points. Okay, he's leaning in. He's got more time. He's got 6.5 minutes, so he's got more time here to spend. If bishop takes f4, queen f4, that kind of looks all right for white. Because then his queen is close. He can go king g2 somewhere. Okay, so bishop f8, queen h3. Oh, Danya. Not even offering the repetition with bishop e7. Love it. Love it. So queen h3. But okay, this gives black time to do something. He just goes rook e8. So he's saying go ahead and take on d4. I don't care. I'll go knight d4, knight f3 check. Man, tough to judge. I kind of like black's position though. I feel like this is tough for black. No, rook e4, we don't have enough. That was a threat, though. That was a threat after queen h3, actually. Yeah. No, that's why he played rook e8. It's super important detail. So if takes, then there's rook e4. Exactly the kind of sick tactic someone like Danya would come up with. You know. No. So that's why rook e8 was played. Very important move. So Noterbeck also tactically competent. And yeah, now cd4, knight d4. So 3.5 minutes for Danya. But soon they're going to be entering Title Tuesday time controls, which is Danya's territory. So Noterbeck better be careful before his time runs too low. Once the players get under 3 minutes, it's a different game. Yeah, I think now rook d1. Rook d1 makes sense. But then d3, don't think we have anything amazing there. I don't know, maybe f3. Nathan's suggesting cd, knight d4, and then rook ed1. Maybe just saying, okay, go ahead, play your knight f3 check. Congratulations. I'll go king h1. And then you have nothing and my rooks are open. It actually kind of feels pretty simple and straightforward. Why not? Okay, 3 minutes here for Danya. Takes rook d1. g4. Whoa. Danya wants the bacon. Okay, and the times somehow the times are being like adjusted. All right, so he's got 2 minutes now against 6. g4. Wow. Well, look, he's trying to open up the rooks. So he wants to take, go king h1, rook g1. I mean, Gukesh 4. What a move. And if takes, then queen takes, and then the e-pawn starts to hang. So this bishop is strong. Noterbeck, I think, needs to go like b5 here very soon to induce white's bishop to give up this pin. Yeah, I mean, how many monitors are around around this board? What's going on? I saw Danya. He just drank out of what appears to be Starbucks cup. So Starbucks in on it. Starbucks sending moves via their espresso, their new espresso 700 series. Clearly dispatching the moves. Okay, g4 is wild. Noterbeck furiously spinning a pawn in his fingers. Goes d3. So he solidifies his pawns. White takes on f5. Now he might be thinking about queen f5. Try to get the queens off. He does play queen f5. Probably a practical choice because gf, black's king is very weak there. So queen f5 now, if white wants to trade, has to get the queens off the board. White can still take this exchange, but black's pawns are going to be quite impressive. Rook d1, though, somehow I don't fully believe in this for black because at some point f3 will be played and the pawns will start to be broken up. This rook's still not going anywhere. So Danya just taking the absolute, maximum time before he captures this exchange. Forcing black to maybe go b5. Although I think on b5 he's going to go bishop d5. He's not even going to take. He's just going to continue to wait. So king f7, rook is still pinned. So I think we're going to see f3 here. I think f3. Bishop c5 check. We have bishop e3. To me, it feels like you got to break up these pawns. Go rook f1. Go after the king. I like white's position, though. Go Danya. Go Danya. Playing fantastic. Playing fantastic. OTV. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay. Running a bit low on the clock, though. Under 2 minutes. By the way, guys, Noterbeck is a former World Rapid champion, which is relevant because this is the exact tournament that he has previously won. Granted, you know, it was closer to his home base, but still, he's 2022 champion. So he's like, you know, he's good. He's good. He's not bad. How many Title Tuesdays has he won, though? It's a good question. It's a good question. Okay, F3 played. F3 played. Good. So I'm just saying, you know, he's good. Noterbeck also very strong and fast, like our boy Danya. But I like F3. We still got a 10-second increment. Now threatening to take and rook e4. So that's the benefit of keeping this pin alive, because you have like additional threats of takes and you pick up an extra pawn, compared to if white had just taken this a million years ago and then would not be threatening to take twice on e4. But bishop c5 check. I was thinking bishop e3 here, but he might also just try to get out of the way, like king h1, king f1, something like this. Okay, 1 minute for Danya. King f1, you got to be careful. Rook g8, rook g1 mate. So bishop e3, I don't see the issue exactly. So takes, but takes, and then king f6 maybe. And feels like black is just in time to defend e-pawn. Hello, Lauren. Hello, Australia. King h1 definitely was possible as a response to the check. But he goes for bishop e3. I can understand he wants to simplify because he is going to be up the exchange. Eventually, he will be taking this rook. I promise, guys. I promise. It's just Noterbeck has to force him. Noterbeck has to unpin for Danya to spend this tempo, you know? He wants to take on his own terms. .5 minutes for Noterbeck, so a lot of time. He's thinking though. I thought he should take, yeah, go king f6. Okay, I said that immediately. I don't know why these guys are thinking. I'm saying the moves that they should play immediately. They think and then they make those moves. Okay. So rook e1. This is the problem though, is that this pawn is hanging. And that's why white didn't take on e4, because then black could play king f5 here and just hold on to the pawn. But here, this one is hanging. But he's not. He is threatening to take twice. And then d2, rook f4, check, rook f1. He comes back. If you go d2 right now, then rook d1, and this d pawn probably drops off. So very tricky position for Noterbeck. It might be just good for white. I mean, if white wins one of these pawns, the other pawn gets stopped, and then white's, exchange is just in business. So black maybe needs some tactics here. Maybe 95. Maybe 95 here. So takes. If you take a second time, knight f3 check. King f2, knight takes e1, rook e1. White's up a pawn there. No, equal material actually, but black's d pawn is a little bit extended. Probably it's equal there. Probably it's equal. Okay, the time is slowly equalizing. So yeah, if knight e7, then f e4. And we takes the pawn right away. I think white's on top there. It's a critical moment for black. What to do? d2, rook d1. I think so far knight e5 is the only move where black hasn't been losing, as far as I could see. And then take, Rook e4, knight f3, king f2, knight e1. Oh, but rook takes e6 check, king takes e1. We're getting this king and pawn endgame. That's very complicated. King f5, king d2, king e4. Okay, I'll show this. So this, I think, is what they're calculating. Because black doesn't want to go for this because it might be losing. This king and pawn endgame might be straight up losing. And then he's got to be careful. Because the point is black's king might run out of moves. Let's say white goes b4 to start, a4. I'm not even sure. Let's say b4 to start. And if black eventually runs out of moves here, they're going to be losing the pawn. So very tricky king and pawn endgame to think about from afar. So b5 played. But now white can take twice on e4. Rook e4, d2. At the end of the line, rook f4 check. King e5, rook f1. But king e4. Maybe Noterbeck is saying that his king gets very active at the end. So something like this, d2, check here, rook f1, king e4, and black's king comes to d3. And who knows what's happening here? So Noterbeck leaning in. Oh, Savianaka was a draw, okay. I didn't even realize we had more US on US violence. Aronian close to winning against Nestorov. That's good. That's a game we need for Levon. Let's see. Dominguez probably going to draw against Geary. And we still got Shanklin Caruana. Ooh, that game looking very, very tricky. Okay, but we got to stick with Danya here. This game is just too critical. So b4. c4. Danya, knowing that this pawn isn't going anywhere. Danya playing great. 20 seconds though. 10-second increment. Oh, Himanshu saying Fabi losing to Shankland. Uh-oh. That's a big upset. Big upset. Volodar beating Arjun. Okay. It's too many results, guys. Just someone pause results until we can figure out what's going on. Just pause the results, please. Okay. C4. Noterbeck under 1 minute now. And the problem for black is that white is up the exchange and winning this pawn at some point. Like, this is not going anywhere. And then if d2, then there's check rook f1 still. So very scary for black. Very scary. Noterbeck. Close to 30 seconds now. He's got to turn it on. Gears got to grind. Time to calculate. That's what's going on in his head right now. Like, pew, 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 pew. Ooh, f4. But rook takes e4 and take with the pawn. He's trying to come in with the king. If rook takes on e4 there would have been d2. You couldn't stop the pawn. So that's why white took with this f pawn instead. King comes to e5. Now Noterbeck is saying that his activity is super strong here. But white has king f3, king takes f4. It can push his e-pawn as well. Very tricky, guys, because this d-pawn is super annoying. The knight can hop in. Ooh, super double-edged. I mean, it's got to be... I mean, white is the one that should be playing here for the win, but it could easily turn. Okay, check, king f2, knight c2. Now what? If rook d1, king takes e4, you got to start running with your c-pawn, but then knight d4, black is just kind of dominating. Oof. I'm not liking this for white. Maybe c5? There goes rook d1. Gives the pawn. Ooh, I don't like this. I don't like this. c5, knight e3. Okay, gotta go rook d2, I think. Or is he pushing? No, rook g1. Okay, the c pawn could start running. Black is knight d5. Feels like black is under control here. Very complicated. He also has d2, but then c6. So d2, c6. That's too slow for black. d1 takes. Yeah, black's not catching the pawn there. c7 at the end. And white promotes. So it's not going to be d2. King d5. Okay, but this gives white a chance to activate the rook. Rook g5. But d2 is coming anyway. Oh, it doesn't look good for white. I don't like it, guys. I think the knight is too strong. Oh, king e1. But now black can just take and bring the king back. Or f3. Oof. King f2. Did Noterbeck mess this up? I don't know if f3 was good there. I think he could have just taken. I mean, his knight on e3 was a monster. Now his knight's hanging. Because he saw he has king d2, f2. But now in king f2, he doesn't have d2 because white can just take on e3. And if king e4, then c6. Okay, this is blowing up now. Now it's getting super tricky. King e4, there's also rook e1 maybe. Actually, might just win. d2, rook takes. I'm not sure. So king d4. c6, knight d5. Take on f3. Danya might be winning this now. I think he might have been losing there. I think now he might be winning. King f3. I mean, take the pawn. Take the pawn. Eat it. Eat it. No, he gives check. Okay. Okay, a little fancy. A little fancy. But he's got rook c4. I think Danya's winning this. Rook is strong. If the king gets in front of the pawn, then for sure. So king b2. Now takes. Now he goes rook d4. Okay. Oh, well, hitting the knight. Hold on. Hold on. What does black play? I think it's close to lost. I think it's collapsing. D pawn's falling. Knight's falling. White has rook d7 soon. Go, Danya, go. Endgame. Go, go, go. Noterbeck running down. I don't see a move. I don't think he sees one either. I'm not seeing a move here for black. White's rook is too strong. Okay, take on d3. Rook d7. Maybe black gets king a2, king b3 with some counterplay, but we got to feel like white has enough here. But rook d7, the problem is we can harass the knight. So knight b5, rook b7. And then we're just going to sack for the knight and promote the pawn. So rook d7 here. Now rook b7. Rook b7 should be winning. If the knight moves, rook takes b4, we just take the pawn. It's all over. It's all over. Go, Danya. Go, Danya, go. I mean, you can take on b4. There's no knight d3 check. I think it's over. If king b3, it's just rook takes b5. We're not pushing c7 and then giving black counterplay. We're just taking and getting a free queen. King b3, and I think it's over. Let me see what happened on the camera. He took or he just resigned? I think he just resigned. No, he took. Oh, he resigns. He resigns on rook before Danya can play rook takes b5. Wow. Wow. Danya, 6 out of 7. Leading the tournament. Leading the tournament. Clear at first place. Start the procedure. Someone check on the haters. Okay, we got to jump to Shanklin Caruana. This endgame. Clock's still ticking. Okay, wonder what's going on here, guys. Last move, king takes e4. I think it's a draw, folks. I don't know. Clock's still ticking, but I think it's a draw. Or maybe Fabi offered a draw and Shanklin thinking about it. No, probably they drew the game. Probably they drew the game. Okay. Active games. Let's see. We have Duda against Jacobson. Ooh, but this not looking good for Brandon. Let's see. He does have Rook G4. But now check and King F6. Yeah, this is going to be a win for Duda, I'm afraid. Then Levon winning. Levon winning. If bishop takes f6, we have rook h6 check. And we keep two connected passers. So easy endgame win. Game over. Game over. Let's see who else we got. Andrew Tang. Andrew Tang facing David Anton. Andrew Tang, the famous Penguin GM. He seems to be in trouble. Probably just losing. I think rook g5 here, king g4, and black will promote the h-pawn. Let's see what else is going on for Ruja. Trying to beat Sargsyan. Oh, I see. We got Arjun against Murzin. Yeah, that looks draw-ish, but still tricky for white. Still tricky. David Anton thinking here. I feel like rook g5 is straightforward. So you can get your king advanced. Goes rook h5. Okay. Also makes sense. And then h2 is a big problem now. Rook h5, maybe even cleaner. Maybe just cleaner. And that's it. Resigns. Unfortunate. If here, then h... Oh, I can't even go here. Sorry. h2 here. Just queen. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Nico Theodoro. I don't know why chess.com is having some issues with the player picks, but Nico here in trouble, looks like, against Bogdan Daniel. And Firouzja, okay, making a draw with Sargsyan. So go Danya. I mean, how amazing that would be if he became a World Rapid Champion, huh? Or boy Danya. Okay, let's check on the women. So they're on to their round 6. So Alice here, playing white against Nino Batsiashvili, another very strong grandmaster from Georgia. But Alice has a very safe position here. She's just got a healthy extra pawn in this heavy piece endgame. Okay, not the most interesting position, but a good one to be in, because you're playing for 2 results. Let's see who else we got. We also have Carissa Yip. Black here against Gulnar Mammadova from Azerbaijan. Down the exchange, but with some nice activity. Knight d3, knight c2 threatened. It looks very tricky for white on first glance. Seems like most very good chess players have great names. Yeah, I mean, that's the key sign of a good chess players, whether or not they have a good name. Actually, it's number one factor that determines ultimate rating. Yeah, I mean, my name, I think I have a reasonable chess name. It's not the best, but you know, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's no Jan Krzysztof Duda, you know. It's no Jan Krzysztof Duda, but yeah, it's decent. Okay, rook e2. Okay, so white guards the rooks. Makes sense. Knight d3 check was a big threat. So let's see, is black going to go for the a pawn or try to activate like rook h3? What is the best chess name? That's a good question. Here goes rook a4. I always thought Daniel King was a good chess name. You know? Daniel King. Jose Raul Capablanca, also good. Also good. Okay, e6. White opening up the rooks. Maybe f6. And then if takes, king takes. Not to give white a passer. Takes on g5 first. Also seems logical. I'm expecting hg, then f6. Let's flip the board so we see it from Carissa's point of view. Carissa had an amazing year, by the way. She crushed the Olympiad, got gold medal on board 1. No, not board 1. Board 1. Yeah, board 1. And then she had an amazing U.S. championship. Well, she won U.S. Women's Championship. And now she's doing pretty well so far in this event. Okay, I'm expecting f6. Feels logical for me. But maybe she's not worried about ef7 here. So maybe just getting the rook out. Rook a3, rook a2. Something like this. I kind of like black's position. I mean, I don't know. Black's pawns on the queen side are very dangerous. And the bishop is very annoying. But maybe f6. Because white can maybe take and go rook f4. That seems unpleasant. King e8. Okay, 5 minutes for Carissa to figure this out. Alekine's cat had the best name, huh? What was Alekine's cat's name? Okay, rook a3. I like it when we guess the moves. It makes us feel like we're working on our chess. Now black wants to swing over. Rook h3, rook h2. Some chances. Okay, meanwhile, Alice still grinding her extra pawn. Begim also. She's playing very strong Grandmaster Zhu Jiner. Trying to win. Shiva ITA, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Let's give Shiva a shout out. Shiva, you're playing now, aren't you? I saw you're playing another tournament. Where are you playing? Are you playing in Sweden or where are you at right now? Folks, if you want to follow a fellow streamer playing a lot of classical chess these days, follow Luca over on his channel. Oh, playing in Italy. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Well, good luck. Good luck. Okay, check king e1. Oh, white played knight c4, so allowing rook f3 check. Now knight c6. Ooh. Okay, tricky move, hitting the rook. Looking for b5 as well, I think. and just getting those pawns moving. I think white needs to go active here. Maybe rook d7. Very tricky endgame. Very tricky. Jennifer Yu also playing. She actually lost to Alice in one of the earlier games. Talia in the game as well. Yeah, we have a lot of great representation in the field, in both fields. Okay, rook d7, rook b3 played. So I guess she didn't want allow b5, knight b6. So rook b3, controlling this one, takes. Okay, now it's getting scary because white's pieces are getting very active here. Knight d6 check. King back to g7. Knight e8, knight c7. Bishop on a8 is a little bit short on squares. Also, we have a big matchup on board 1 in the women's. We have Tan Zhongyi against Zhu Wenjun, two world champions. That one's looking good for Zhu Wenjun right now. So Zhu Wenjun might be running away with it if she wins this game. Okay, knight e5 check, forcing the trade, I think. Probably we'll see takes, and then rook takes. Oh, but e7 is hanging. Oh, this is a problem for black. Once white's rooks take on e7. So Carissa boldly goes king e6. Because white has no moves with the knight. The rook on d7 will drop. Wow, king e6. That was probably a very clutch move. Because if you took on e5, rook e5, I think that was very problematic for black's position. Rooks come in, you get mated there. King e6. Okay, white can move the rook, but then there's knight e... Hold on. This might just be winning for black. This might just be winning on the spot. Knight e5. That's just two pieces. I think Chris is just winning this. Okay, again, it took us way too long to figure out the tactic. So I think it's just winning for black. Takes, king takes d7. Knight takes e7, but that's a nice endgame for black. I think the pawns are just rolling there. But that might be what white has to try. Knight c6, king d7, knight takes e7, and then try to take on g6. But then black can go rook g3 there and pick up the g pawn, and then just be left with two passers in the end. Looks winning. Wow, go Carissa. Her opponent's spending a lot of time. Seems like Carissa is winning. Oh. Okay, takes. Goes knight e5 back. Okay, that's probably a good try, so she can at least take on g6. But I feel like just get out of the way somehow. King d8 or something, and then go after this pawn. Or maybe king back to e6, like a psychopath, and then knight takes g6, king f5, and then pick up the g pawn with your king. And then you're still left with these, I mean, if black can hold on to these two pawns, any endgame should be winning. So it's really just a matter of getting to white's g pawn here. Maybe king e6. Okay, king e6, knight c6 check. King f5, knight d4. Have to be careful. So king e6 works on knight takes g6, but king e6, knight c6 check. Then we go king d6, right? And then we're stepping out of, we're still getting that endgame that we wanted. I like king c6 again. I like king, and I think Carissa is exactly the type of player that might go king e6. Okay, king d6. Fair enough, so that was too much. But now knight takes. Still should be good for black. Rook g3. Just get behind this pawn. But then knight e5. That's what's concerning me. That's why I didn't want the king on d6. Because knight e5, if we take the pawn, knight f7 check. So rook g3 is going to be met with knight e5 for sure. Still, this pawn is under control. Black can go bishop d5. I think black has a winning endgame. Because we're up 2 pawns. So knight e5 here. and then bishop d5, and we're just in control. Knight e5, bishop d5, g6, and then black's pawns are stopped. We can start pushing like b5, a4, etc. Okay, go Carissa. Yeah, black could trade rooks here as well, and then would still be winning as long as the bishop can come back to d5 and stop the g-pawn. Okay, rook g5. That looks like a good move. That looks like we're just picking up the pawn soon. Knight d3, take the pawn. Take the pawn. What's the problem? I think that's it. I think that's it. Carissa's taking this one. And she'll be at 4.5 out of 6. Great score. Alice still grinding. She's up a pawn, but drawn endgame, so not so clear. But Carissa should take this one. This one's very simple from here. You can even go rook f4. Like even rook f4 is winning. Like 3 pawns for the exchange. Yeah, no, she played this endgame extremely well. Now it's over. Now rook e4 check, trade rooks, bishop c4, GG. Rook e4, trade rooks, bishop c4. Okay, go Carissa. Go, go, go. Nice, nice. All right, back to Alice. Alice up a pawn. She's down to a minute on the clock, but it's a very simple endgame, and you have a 10-second increment, so she's not going to flag, but I don't think she's going to win either, because generally these endgames are pretty holding for black. g5, good move to break up white's pawns. White can still keep the extra pawn with king f3, but yeah, is not going to have good winning chances there, I don't think. Let's see what else is going on. June putting on the finishing touches in her game, so she's going to be clear leader, 5.5 out of 6. Actually, might be Carissa against June in the next round. We'll see if there's someone else with 5. That'll be a very exciting game. Whoa, f5. Giving a pawn, but... Oh, I see. I think she's just making a draw. Because, yeah, it was hard for white to really keep the game going at this point. If king f3, then black has check and check. And so black is getting the pawn anyway, and so this is maybe even a bit risky for white. Okay, June wins. This game I think should be a draw. Takes king f3, f6. And yeah, this one definitely will be a draw. Let's go to Begum. Begum, oof. Begum in a bit of trouble. Chess Under Fire, thanks for rating. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Okay, unfortunately, her opponent Jujiner is very strong. Very, very strong. F5 now. Yeah, this bishop is good. H6. I mean, this is White's last chance. Is just her own passed pawns. But the problem is Black's pieces are too strong. Bishop F4, Bishop E5 can come next. And yeah, extra pieces too good. So should be winning, but okay, time pressure, you never know. Okay, bishop c1, going after b2 to get the bishop on the long diagonal. But b4, White's still having some checks. Okay, bishop d2. Maybe Black is ready to start pushing the e-pawn and win it this way. Okay, now rook h2. Also very reasonable, just going after the h-pawn, taking that one first before winning the game with the central pawns. Oh boy, so many sharp endgames here. Okay, rook f7. Now Black can take, but has to give up one of her pawns. So she just goes e3. And talk about focusing on the end zone. Yeah, very nice. Just e3. White's h-pawn not going anywhere. White can take on f5, but then e2, e1. E-pawn is going home. So looks like Black is winning this. Okay, b5 check. King needs to size up. Maybe king d6. Okay, it goes this way. Now maybe rook f6 check. Don't go king a5. Rook f6. I think maybe Black just goes back. Okay, takes e2. Check. But now I think now Black is just promoting. So I think king is pretty safe here. Okay, rook f7 check. But I don't see where this is going for White, sadly. Black just gonna promote. Open standings, by the way, guys. Danya Naroditsky, clear first place, 6 out of 7. And then we have a bunch of players on 5.5, including Dominguez, Arjun, Duda, Grischuk, Pranav breaking through, Giri, Murzin, Sergisian, and Sindarov. And then a bunch of players on 5 points. Faruja, Shanklin, Naka, Peugeot, Bujiangji, Aronian, Abdusatorov, Caruana, Sevian, and Mamedyarov. This tournament is 13 rounds. So Open has finished 7 out of 13. They just crossed the halfway point. There's going to be 2 more rounds today. 1 more round for the women. And yeah, things are heating up. Let's see, Naroditsky, who will he play next round? I guess he'll play the highest rated player with 5. So that, I don't know who that might be. That might be Duda, might be Dominguez. It's going to be someone very strong. Okay, Zhuzhinier does win this one. And we still have Sabina playing for the US. Shout out to Sabina, another friend of the dojo, but she unfortunately is definitely losing this one. Okay, good technique to trade off the rooks. Takes, and takes. Black will go king h3 and promote the pawn. Okay, that does it for this round. Folks, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the next round. Looks like we have Naroditsky playing against Jan Krzysztof Duda. So, huge matchup here. Other pairings coming up. Dominguez against Sindarov. We got Caruana Isapenko, Aronian against Deak, Sevian Firouzja, Shanklin Nakamura. Ooh, Shanklin Nakamura, board 10. Definitely keeping an eye on that game. Okay, folks, quick break here. We'll be back. Alrighty, folks, we are back. 8th round, World Rapid Championship. Our boy Dainan Naroditsky leading the tournament. 6 out of 7, playing the King's Indian defense against Duda. Let's just see how the opening turned out. So d4, knight of 6, King's Indian, no fear. Knight a6, e5. Actually, I've been playing this way lately. Bishop g4. Danya studying the theory here. Takes, bishop e2, queen e2. Rook e8, c6. And now knight d7. I think actually this is a very comfortable setup for black. So I like Danya's position so far. He's got queenside play in the future with ideas like queen c7, a6, b5, and so on and so forth. And knight can come to e5, so he's got targets on c4. So it's sometimes considered a little bit better for white, but I think this is actually a pretty good version for black. So go Danya, go. I don't know why the standings is a little bit weird. Let me check on the standings. Where are the standings at? Technically, Danya should be in first place. Let me let me refresh this, see if I can fix. There we go. There we go. But I need to scroll up a bit. And is that better? Perfect. So yeah, there's the standings. Danya in first. A lot of players chasing on 5.5. Okay, let's find the video feed of the players. Okay, there they got Magnus. I think it's kind of awkward having Magnus on board 1. It should be Danya on board 1. You guys know what I mean? It's kind of weird. Magnus is just on board 1 no matter what. I understand why they do it. You know, they got contracts and stuff, but it's just a little bit strange for the tournament, you know. Top board is board 2. You know, it's just a little funny. Anyway, back to the game. So, we got some moves. Knight b3 played after a bit of a think from Duda. Danya takes ab. So some pieces coming off. And yeah, I think black in general should be totally fine here. So go Danya. feel like there's some commotion. Just watching the video, and like there's like a bunch of spectators, and they're like talking to each other. There's like people talking to each other like next to the. Oh, I think it's the okay. Oh, it's the organizing committee telling people to get out. They're telling the spectators to move on. Okay, Queen C7. Normal move. Next, black can jump with knight E5, knight C5, something like this. Classic organizing community. Yeah. No, I totally get the fixed board. It's just, I don't know. It's like, it's just a little bit strange for the tournament. It makes sense if Magnus is on board one regardless, obviously, but if he's not on board one, it's a little weird. You know, give him a fixed board, but don't make it the top board. Make it board 7, you know, as Magnus's board. Okay, fine. He plays on board 7 every round. If he's not on board 1, you know, something like that. I don't know. Queen D2. Attacking D6. How does black deal with this one? So this is the issue of black's position, that this D pawn is always weak, but the idea is that black should have counterplay in return. For instance, knight c5 might be playable, hitting b3, and then saying if you take on c5, I'll go dc and get this nice square on d4. I think knight c5 here is reasonable for black. Danya goes rook e6. Okay, just defends it with the rook. It's a little bit awkward, but there's no piece that can really harass the rook like bishop h3, knight f4. So rook e6. Second rook can come to e8. And black is not really in any rush. Eventually a6, b5. This will always create counterplay. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Danya looking good. Is having the boards ranked a necessity in general? Well, you got to tell the players where to go, right? They need to know which board to meet on. Oh, let's see. Oh, we also had Shanklin Naka in this round, I think. So Danya here, I think, holding. Let's check in with Shanklin Naka. Big American matchup. Shanklin earlier played Fabi. And that game, I think, was a draw. Yeah, they drew last round. And here he's playing Naka. So what was this opening? This was a knight f3, early knight d7, knight b6. Bishop f5, knight e5, c6, f3, h6, e4. Yeah, I mean, still important to have the standings, obviously. You need to know who's leading the tournament and things like that. So it makes sense to have the top boards, you know, all in a row so that people can see, you know, if they want to watch the top games, they know exactly where to find the top games. So some big pressure in the center. c4, knight d7, takes, knight c3. Bishop e4, rook c1, castles, queen b3, now takes. Complicated position. Hard to say exactly what's happening here. Naka gives up his bishop pair on c3. Okay, rook c3. Now we're going to see trades on e5, trades on e4. No, knight f6. Naka not taking on e4 and opening up white's bishop at all. So he's just holding the blockade on d5. So takes, knight takes. So yeah, Shanklin's not going to take. Maybe just rook c1 here. But this e-pawn is hanging. So actually, maybe queen c2. Weird position. Complicated. White has two bishops, nice center, but somehow black seems pretty solid regardless. Not the easiest position to figure out. But I like queen c2. Okay, bravo Sam. Finds the right move. Now the rook wants to come in at some point. Rook c7. Second rook can reinforce with rook c1. Danya's still confident. He's looking good. Okay, he takes on e4. Expecting to take back. Then what does Naka want? Oh, he has knight d5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, takes in knight d5. He spotted a tactic. And then he's going to have knight takes e3 and queen d4. So knight d5, what's Shanklin going to do? He might sacrifice the exchange, but I don't think he's going to get enough there. Knight d5 looks like a big problem. Either knight, yeah. And now after the rook moves, it's knight e3, rook e3, queen takes d4. White's position just collapsing. So I think Naka, yeah, just basically won the game. I mean, you can give up the rook on c3, but I don't think you really have enough. You have some, but not enough compensation there. I fear for Sam. Yeah, playing against Naka with tactics on, very dangerous idea. Usually you just want tactics off against Naka, but yeah, hard to achieve. Exactly. Okay, Danya's still solid. He's looking focused. Love this for him, that he's having a good event. Absolutely love it for him. Shanklin in trouble here. Yeah, I don't see a move. I don't see a move. But that means he was already maybe in trouble already here. Like when black takes, Rick takes, knight f6. How do you defend the e-pawn? Very difficult. You don't want to take on d5. So queen c2, that was the move I thought, but now takes knight d5. And it's all collapsing. It's all collapsing. I think you have to like move the bishop somewhere and then just play knight c3, bc3. That position. Hello, shout out to India. Hello, India. How we doing? Oh, Sevian Ferrugia. Ferrugia actually has been playing a lot of Americans. I feel like he played Shanklin. Played someone else. Now he's playing Sevian. Yeah, their position looks pretty complicated. That one's looking like a sharp Najdorf. Yeah, I see Fabi. He's got his maroon freestyle jacket. Showing support for freestyle chess. Okay, yeah. So there's the exchange sack from Shanklin. Queen d3, takes. It shouldn't really be enough. White doesn't even have a pawn for it, but Naka will still have to show good technique to convert. Okay, what's going on? Bishop d2, knight d7, knight c4, knight c5. Again with the pins. Naka. Playing with the pins. Just throwing pieces out there left and right. Doesn't matter where the enemy pawns are. Too many pins. Okay, Danya. Still holding. Queen e2. Oh, knight e4. Oh, too many tactics. Too many tactics. Too many tactics. I think this might be it for Sam because he's losing very important pawn. After takes. There's rook c4, so he tries knight e5. But yes, exchanging a pawn now for black. I see Dominguez has drawn with Sindarov. Magnus, unfortunately, playing Ariantari, his compatriot. Okay, I think Naka's going to win this one. Let's go back to Danya. So Danya's still holding against Duda. Let's just see what happened here. So we had knight c5, takes, queen c7, knight e2, a5. Trading the bishops. Rook drops back, queen g5, aggressive from Duda. Knight c2. Pressuring the d pawn, maybe looking to reposition the knight. So rook e6. So Duda here definitely looking, I think, to grind this position. That's the kind of player he is. He always just tries to grind for the advantage with whites. He's not afraid of Danya and his 3100 bullet rating. Duda believes in himself. But how's he gonna press this? Because black's position is very solid. Black has counterplay with knight c5 coming, hitting the b3 pawn. If white goes knight d4, black can just drop back. They're just repeating the moves. Feels like white's knight kind of has to be on d4 to deal with this knight c5, knight b3. So what else is he gonna come up with here? I think he's gonna play knight d4, rook back to e8, and then make a different move. Maybe h4. h4 for whites. Chris saying Magnus needs to change his pants before his next game or he's getting kicked out. What's wrong with Magnus's pants? Was he wearing bad pants? Hold on, I need to see for myself. Magnus got a $200 fine for wearing jeans. This is true. I saw Nepo was fined for his outfit on Twitter. Magnus also fined, huh? He is just wearing simple blue jeans. Wow. I gotta check Twitter. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. This is breaking news. They fined Magnus. They fined Magnus. No way. No way. The chief arbiter just confirmed Carlson also has been given a $200 fine. I guess. I mean, okay. I guess. I guess they're showing no one is above the law. They can even they can even go after Magnus. Somehow I feel like $200 is not a problem for Magnus. But the real question is, what happens if he doesn't change his pants? Then he gets forfeited because it's the third round of the day. It's the third round of the day. Now look, guys, it's not the arbiter's fault. Believe me, do not blame the arbiters. I can guarantee you there are not many arbiters in the world that want to hand Magnus Carlsen a $200 fine for his pants. No. That ruling came from the top. no one gives Magnus a $200 fine without, that ruling came from Dvorkovich himself, probably. I mean, I wouldn't blame the arbiters on this one. That's Dvorko going like, no, we got to find Magnus. We got to show him he's not above the law. He wants to team up with freestyle chess. We're going to fine him for his pants. That's how things work. Look, it's a chess game on and off the board, folks. Magnus playing checkers, Fide playing chess. Okay, queen d2. So Duda drops back. So what do you do? Wait. What happened? We were ranting. So rook e6, rook a1 played. Rook a1. I think knight c5. Maybe he wants rook a3 in response. So queen b6, another way to hit the pawn. Queen d2. And now if queen takes b3, there's knight d4 fork. So we don't want that. So time's slowly ticking down. I feel like this game is still going to blow up. Meanwhile, Magnus up a pawn. Maybe winning. Okay, let's see what's going on. Giri already drawn with Merzin. Pranav playing Grischuk. Caruana Black Esipenko. Balanced position. Aronian draw already. Sevian Ferrugia is a total mess. Very complicated position there. And Shanklin Naka. Naka's still under control. Oh, we have Carissa versus Alice. Oh, okay. We'll definitely jump there soon. Magnus wore jeans yesterday. Now he's getting kicked out for wearing jeans 2 days in a row. Holy moly. That definitely sounds like rumors. But I would like to know, where are the rumors coming from? Okay, I see Danya wearing sneakers. This dress code thing is just stupid, I'm gonna say. It's like, it's just one of those things. where, they can just enforce the rules willy-nilly against whoever they want. Exactly. The fines distract from the chess. I feel like they're not going to kick him out over jeans. That seems difficult. Ooh, okay, I see it. I see it here. Okay, NRK is saying he's risking expulsion from the tournament if he doesn't change them. Wow. 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 Anyway, okay, back to Danya. Danya not wearing jeans, by the way. Danya wearing slacks. Danya, they can't get him. They can't get him for that. Norwegian broadcast saying he's forced to withdraw after this game. You can have jeans or you can have freestyle, Magnus. Man, what a drama. I wonder if this is connected with the freestyle thing, because I mean, FIDE must be pissed about that. With Matt, we did an episode on the podcast. It hasn't been out yet, but it's like, Magnus and Hikaru were kind of like twisting FIDE's arm, saying they're not going to play World Rapid and Blitz if they don't come to an agreement with the freestyle thing, and they make this freestyle announcement. Dvorko's unhappy, and now they're kicking Magnus out of the tournament for wearing jeans just to make an example of him. Okay, I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous on both ends. I mean, I feel like Magnus has other pants. Was it really that hard for him not to wear jeans? Like, I don't. I'm so confused. Was he was warned yesterday, right? It sounds like about. Not that I'm on FIDE's side, but is it really so hard for Magnus to wear fancy? You're in New York. You're in New York. There's shops there, and you're number one player. You've got. I know he has nice pants. All right, the dude used to like model. G-Star doesn't have any slacks. They can send them. Whole thing is very strange. But then on the other hand, if you're FIDE, you're really gonna forfeit your number one player over jeans? Okay, now I just want to watch Magnus's board to see what happens after their game ends. Oh, they just finished. Okay, Magnus won. He just beat Ariantari. And are they going to force him to change his pants in front of everyone? That would be a nice punishment. Like, all right, you got to change right here in front of all the participants. Oh, okay, Arbiter's talking to him. They're like, they're okay. Arbiter's telling Magnus he has to go to the office. You got to go to the principal's office. Oh, okay, here we go, folks. Here we go. I don't know what's going to happen, but I definitely started the Arbiter telling Magnus he has to go to the principal's office. So let's see what happens. Can't they just get him some pants? It's going to be like half an hour before the next round. They can't just get him some pants? Just get the guy some pants. He's the former world champion. Do you guys not know who Magnus Carlsen is? Just bring him some pants. Get a FIDE intern to bring Carlsen some official pants. Take the pants off one of the... Okay, by the way, guys, let me just say, by the way, I'm watching the FIDE broadcast. Cameraman is wearing jeans. Cameraman's wearing jeans. So I just don't get this whole thing, right? Cameraman is also in the video. So Magnus is wearing jeans, they're upset. But Cameraman is also in the video. He's wearing jeans. Like, What's the point, you know? What's the point? Yeah, Ariantari lost the game. Maybe his pants should be taken. I don't know. Well, keep an eye on the Twitter, folks. Let me know if there's any updates. If Magnus gets booted out, I mean, this is gonna be a firestorm. We're gonna see Gotham Chess tweet. It's gonna be maybe it'd be good for chess if they kicked out Magnus. I mean, he's not winning the tournament, so maybe it would be like good drama. Maybe that's where they're coming from. They're like, all right, Magnus isn't making any headlines with his play, so we got to make headlines with us booting him from the tournament. Jeansgate, yeah. They didn't get enough positive attention from like the Anamaya scandal last year that they they're like, you know what, let's go really hard this time. Okay, Danya down a pawn, but very active. So I think he's holding this. Maybe c5. Maybe even d5. To break it open. No, I don't like d5. I think c5 is okay. And it seems like black is too active to not hold this. Whoa, Danya. With the calculation, he wants queen c6, rook g2, queen d1 check with a perpetual. Rook g1, queen takes f3. Easy draw. Look at rook g5. Now can Duda go h3? H3 would kind of deal with the threat. Okay, I see Chess24 tweets. Magnus Carlsen wins the Norwegian Clash, but is he in danger of being thrown out of the tournament? NRK reports Carlsen risks being kicked out of the tournament. Oh boy. But now FIDE's under pressure. You know, if they've been threatening to kick him out and they don't do it, now they look weak. And no, FIDE doesn't like looking weak. They might feel obligated now. They might be like, okay, now it's on Twitter. Now we gotta we gotta follow through. I don't think he's getting booted. I think they're just gonna double his fine and move on to the next person, you know? I think they're just gonna double his fine and move on to the next guy. And be like, all right, $400. He'll be like, fine, whatever. All right, c5. Danya still holding. Queen e7, queen d2. Will NRK shut down the stream and protest? Yeah, I mean, if there's no Magnus, I mean, there's nothing for them to show. It does feel like it's connected with the freestyle thing. I mean, I said it earlier. It feels connected. I don't know. I mean, again, we did a podcast. It'll be out soon. You know, I was saying FIDE feels a little jealous of Magnus and freestyle and their whole thing. You know, and this could be retaliation. I don't know. I mean, I don't think Magnus gets forfeited without a direct order from the top. It's just not how the chess world works. Okay, Sevi and Firouzja, by the way, they're still banging it out. But Danya holding. Okay, I'm vigorously refreshing Twitter. You guys do the same. Let me know if there's any updates, any reports of Magnus being rushed out the door or him angrily leaving. I feel like we'd see him angrily leaving. Queen b2, queen a6. I think Danya's still a great shape here, though. I mean, okay, he's down a pawn, but he's so active that it's very difficult for white to use this extra pawn. Queen d2 here, for example, and how do you make progress? It's just you can't move rooks. Can't move your rook out of the way. Chess.com just tweeted that Magnus is refusing. Okay, I don't understand. Why is Magnus being so stubborn about this? Is it the principle of the thing? Does he have freestyle chess written on the pants? What's the problem? What's the problem for Magnus? Yeah, Chess.com saying he's refusing to change out of his genes. Oh man. Okay, Pantsgate. Pantsgate heating up. Freestyle chess kind of wants FIDE to kick Magnus out, huh? It makes them look good. It makes them look like the adults in the room. I don't know, man. This whole thing feels very childish, honestly, and petty. I don't know what's going on. But I mean, at some point, they do gotta kind of forfeit him. Like, I understand it's a mistake to forfeit Magnus, but at some point, like, if you give the player a direct order as an arbiter and he refuses, you know, and it's a reasonable order, right? Yeah, they're allowed to set the dress code. If you give them a reasonable order, they refuse it. You know, like, you kind of have to hold your ground. You can't just let. What's next? They just let Magnus like use stockfish, like Magnus starts like using, you know, phone during, like, you know, at some point you got to draw the line. So you can't just have Magnus breaking the rules willy nilly. Okay, Magnus's hotel isn't close enough to the venue. I would guess that it is, but let's say it isn't. I mean, he has seconds that can bring him another pair of pants. Like, they got like 30 minutes before the next round. There's no way this is just like purely a convenience thing. Like, oh, it's hard to, like, someone can just bring him pants. Like, you know. He's got seconds. He's got a girlfriend. Like, you know, there's people around that can just bring him a pair of pants. He can go change. Like, I don't get it. There's something more going on. I mean, it's got to be the principle of the thing. Hopefully there'll be many interviews about it. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, they're aware of the dress code. I mean, dress code is always a thing. This is not Magnus's first FIDE tournament. Like, this is not the only tournament where, you know, they have a dress code. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Meanwhile, Danya's holding this with seconds on his clock. Uh-oh. Wait. Uh-oh. No. He lost it. Shoot. Yeah, it's over. It's over. Wow, how to do to trick him. I think this last, so here, queen b2, queen a6, he takes the pawn. This queen a1 check was very sneaky. f6, because now he comes back. And rook a1. And now it's now Danya's losing because he's getting mated first. Dang. I mean, a very nice game from Duda. I mean, this is like, I've seen him do this many times before. He's a real grinder. But Danya's still great position, 6 out of 8. and he can bounce back with white next game. Why didn't he play king h6? Maybe he needed to. I mean, king h6, it also looks unsafe. So for example, white can go queen f7 and then threatening queen f8 check and g4 and then queen h6. So this also looks very, very dangerous for black. So I don't know. Somewhere he was probably holding. But here after queen a1, if you move the king, then you're allowing queen f6. It's a little bit unpleasant. I think that was the issue. Queen f6 and rook a1. And if rook e5, then there's f4. So I think queen takes b3 here. I think this was not what he should have done. I think maybe queen d2 was the move. Dang, unfortunate. Unfortunate for Danya, but okay. We'll see. Here we have Shant against Arjun. Yeah, looks like Arjun winning. Nepo left the building. Okay, Nepo was also fined. Nepo was also fined. So maybe Nepo's like, well, if Magnus isn't changing, I'm not changing. Because that's what happens. That's why you gotta enforce the rules. Because once you stop enforcing the rules, then every player feels like they could just break the rules. Okay, I don't know. But we had Alice Lee against Carissa, right? Let's check in with Alice and Carissa, see what's going on there. Okay, their game's still very much alive. And wow, unfortunate pairing for the US girls, because like they're both contenders, but now they have to play each other. Okay, I'm checking Twitter. I don't see any forfeits yet. But there's time. Fabi lost. Oh no. No good. I want to see what happened in this opening. What was this? Sveshnikov? Classic Sveshnikov. Okay, bishop e2. Knight d5, a little bit different setup here from Carissa. c4. And c5. So position exploding looks kind of nice for white on first glance. Because if you take, then bishop takes c5, and black's not castling. But otherwise cd6 is a problem. Ooh, yeah, some issues here for Alice. Some problems. Looks like Arjun just won against Shant Sargsyan. Oh, that's a big result actually, because where's Arjun at now in the standings? Arjun tied for first. Grischuk tied for first. Wow. So Duda, Grischuk, and Arjun tied for first. Sevian on 6. Dominguez on 6. So Arjun's a real dangerous player here. Arjun's like the one guy we don't want winning this thing. So we want Fabi to win the Grand Circuit, FIDE Circuit. Arjun, dangerous. Man, Arjun Erigaisi. Too strong, too strong. Arjun Gukesh. 2026. Yeah. Looking more and more likely, huh? By the week. By the week. Okay, queen c1. So Carissa still intending bishop c5 on castles here. So Alice, some dynamic issues to solve. Don't tell David we're rooting against Arjun. I thought David is a Gukesh fan. I'm sure he likes Arjun as well. Actually, Arjun is on my team for the junior draft. I got Arjun and Noterbeck on my team, so I'm perfectly happy with Arjun gaining FIDE points. Just not this one World Rapid Tournament. not this one. Actually, doesn't even help my team if he loses or wins this event. So yeah, definitely go Fabi. Okay, guys, any updates? Magnus still in? Or we at least we'll get our board 1 back if he leaves the tournament. All right, Queen A5. So covering Bishop C5. So Alice just wants to castle. It's really the only thing she wants here. Now the question for White is, can Carissa generate some drama on this next turn? Maybe like A3, just create some annoyance. A3 feels like a move. B3, knight B4, something like this. Yeah, folks, up to you guys. Someone has to keep an eye on the Norwegian broadcast. Exactly. Exactly. They'll be right there. They'll be right there. Main broadcast, Norwegian broadcast, board 1 live stream, Twitter, Reddit. Just check all the channels, guys. We need to know if Magnus is getting booted from the event. Take. Yeah, they'll get the first dibs. Chess Base India. Oh. That's okay, Paul. It's a team effort, so we got eyes everywhere. We got someone keeping an eye on Twitter, someone keeping an eye on the broadcast. Knight A3. Whoa, okay, someone needs to keep an eye on Carissa. Knight A3. Wow. What's her idea? I don't even understand. Takes? She wants bishop C5? No, I'm sorry. She wants bishop takes C6. Oh, okay. Knight's just hanging, guys. Knight's just hanging. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. Takes. Bishop D7 maybe for Alice, but then takes. So king is getting exposed here for Alice. Big danger. Big danger for her. So this is a chance for Carissa to break through with 5.5. So bishop D7 played, but I think takes, rook takes, queen C8 check, queen D8. Still might be okay for black. I don't see exactly how white wins here. Maybe so if takes bishop C5, you can't do that because A B2, queen B2, queen takes C5. So white does owe a tempo because this AB2 is kind of annoying, and that might be exactly the move that black needs to castle. Oh, Carissa beat Alice in thumb wrestling before the game. Showing her dominance. You know, it's reported that Fischer used to train his grip strength so that when the enemy Russians would shake his hand, they would feel his strength. So similar psychological games from Carissa, defeating Alice in thumb wrestling before the real game. Okay, B4, another incredible move from Carissa, as usual. If queen takes, I think she wants bishop C5. Winning material. So maybe queen C7. Takes, queen takes. Bishop c5. Bishop c5 is coming. Yeah, bishop c5 is... Black can't stop this anymore. And then black's king is going to get stuck. So this is, yeah, this is really, really bad for Alice. I think Carissa winning this. Carissa winning this. Magnus still nowhere to be seen. So there's supposed to be one more round in the Open today. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the Twitter, right? Twitter, NRK. I'll keep an eye on Alice. She's in trouble. Queen c7, I think, takes, and then bishop c5. And this is a very difficult position for black because you're not castling, so your king is weak, and the rook is not getting out. Oh, according to take, he's being kicked. Oh no. Hold on, I gotta open up take YouTube channel. I can't wait to hear what Gotham Chess's take is gonna be on this situation. I assume he's not gonna be happy. All right, let me open them up real quick. I'll have to mute. All right, they're interviewing Sevian. Like, Sevian, do you think Magnus should be kicked out? I don't know. It's not my choice. All right, thank you. Thank you. What's going on? All right, take chat seems to think they're kicking Magnus. But maybe Magnus wants to be kicked out, you know? Because he's not having a good tournament. And so if he gets kicked out, then he gets treated like a martyr, you know? Maybe he's like, you know, this is like a suicide by cop kind of thing, a forfeit by FIDE. Rather than just withdrawing from the tournament, he's forcing them to kick him out, so then he doesn't have to withdraw for his bad performance. I don't know, guys. Generally speaking, I like Magnus, and I trust what he does. But, like, this one I'm not totally getting so far. But it could be a rage quit situation, because sometimes people do that, you know? They're like, they're already checked out, or they're very close to being checked out, and then something happens, and then they blame it on that thing, and they're like, oh, that's the reason I'm leaving. Not because I'm not doing well, but because, like, this one thing that happened. Okay, bishop f8. Alice trying desperately to defend her position, but even if Carissa takes, it's really bad for black. White's up a pawn. Black's king is weaker. And in general, when you have these heavy piece endgames, king safety is the most important thing. So White's advantage just absolutely decisive. You can go queen a5, recapture with the queen. f4 here I think is a reasonable move. You could trade rooks. Maybe rook d7 and just taking on a6 actually is the easiest. So Carissa in great shape here. Okay, takes king, takes d7. A queen h3 check is possible. Not looking good for Alice. But she's a very good defender, but unfortunately for her, Krista also really good attacker. Yeah, I think this is gonna go all the way up to the Dojo Talks, guys. This is I think this genes issue is gonna make its way all the way up to a Dojo Talks. That's how big it's gonna go. This is gonna go all the way up to the Dojo Supreme Court. Magnus, buddy, what are you doing? I don't know. To me, this Magnus, it's like when someone is completely losing on the board, just completely losing. They run their clock down to 2 seconds, and they make a move, and it's like a blunder, and then they lose, and then they say like, "Oh, I only lost because I blundered in the last 2 seconds." Like they weren't just completely losing in the position. That's what feels like Magnus is doing. He's like, "Oh, I just got kicked out of my pants because of my pants." You know, it's not because I'm playing badly. it's like okay. Suicide by FIDE arbiter. That's what Magnus is doing. That's what I think. I don't know. Match's asking, do I think Daniel will continue to be abused, or will this event finally put an end to the silliness? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, I mean, hopefully it shuts some people up. I don't know what to say. Like, he has an amazing performance in OTB rapid chess, so like biggest stage in the world. I mean, I feel like you gotta give him a break. You gotta give him a break. You gotta give Lazovic a break. I think Lazovic has cleared all the out. You know, I don't know. Anand decides apparently about Mac. Where did you hear that Anand is deciding? Is this on? What's going on? Is this on take? And why is it up to Anand? Anand is the president of the appeals committee. Holy smokes. It goes full circle. There's no way Anand is kicking Magnus out. I mean, come on. Poor Vishy. They're like, hey, will you be president of the appeals committee? You won't have to do anything. We'll just pay you. He has to decide the course of chess history over the next 50 years. Wow. If Anand bans all the freestyle players, he becomes world number 1. That's so funny. I think links aren't going to work, but I saw the genes. I mean, they're just normal genes. It's not like, yeah. I mean, they're not nice. They're not nice. Did I even notice he was wearing the jeans while watching this tournament? No, I did not. The only reason I even know he's wearing jeans is because, you know, of the fine and like all the reporting and all that stuff. I think Anand just talks to him and he's like, Magnus, what are you doing? And he's like, sorry, Vishy. That's it. Okay, careful, Carissa. Don't get checkmated. All right, she's got king f5 still. No, they're definitely jeans. I don't know what the question is. That was classic denim. That was about as Levi's denim as you can get. Okay, girls are going into rook endgame. But h6. Oh, is that Anand's position? Anand is saying he doesn't think Magnus is wearing jeans. He's not wearing jeans. Oh, poor Vishy. Hold on, take chat is saying he's out. Are people trolling? They're saying it's like official news. Guys, what's going on? I'm not seeing the official news. I think people are just trolling. People are just trolling. Okay, rook e6. Carissa, I think, still winning this. Because eventually she might have to give up the rook for the pawn, but she has so many pawns in return that black's rook isn't stopping everything. Apparently Nepo changed his clothes. Not kicked out. Oh, take with the poll. Should Magnus be kicked out for his jeans? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. 75% no, 25% yes. I mean, I kind of get Fide's position now that they're here. I just don't think they should have threatened to kick him out in the first place. But once you threaten the guy to kick him out, you kind of have to follow through. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm kind of taking like Fide's side here. I mean, if it's true that they warned him yesterday, they're like, don't, because I don't, this is what people are saying. I don't know if this is 100% true, but if it's true that he was warned yesterday and they're like, don't wear these pants again because we'll kick you out. And then he just wears the same pants again. I mean, their hands are kind of tied. You know, they have to treat all the players similarly. They can't just, maybe they shouldn't have threatened it in the first place, but now that we're here, like, you gotta hold everyone to the same standard, you know? Now, if you want to say that Magnus is above the rules and he can wear whatever pants he wants, I think that's a perfectly fine position. But then don't fine him, don't threaten him in the first place. Don't bother him about the pants, you know? Like, I guess that's where I am. I think, before this becomes a thing, I feel like just don't bother him about his pants. No one cares. Let Magnus play chess. So I think they shouldn't have warned him. But then once they do fine and warn him and they're like, yeah, you got to follow through, and they've already fined other players, now they got to kind of follow through. I don't know. It's very okay. I think they're talking to Magnus's agent right now. He's like, we're gonna sue Fide, we're gonna sue Dvorkovich, we're gonna sue Emil Satovsky, we're suing Wall Street, we're suing everybody. He's like, we're suing everybody. Yeah, the issue is really dumb. I mean, I understand why Fide cares about the dress code. I even understand the fines. It's just the way they're applied is so strange and silly, to be honest. Okay, so Carissa does win. Let's see, Jennifer, you still playing? She's taking on Georgiana Peshava from Bulgaria. Georgiana actually also U.S. resident. She goes to one of the Texas schools. And this one looks pretty drawish. I think neither side can really hope to win this. But Jennifer, she's looks like she's going to keep pushing. She's going to keep pushing. Yeah, threat's not stronger than the execution. That's for sure. That's for sure. Oh, they called Zavan Andreassian to the arbiter's room, and the arbiters decided that he's not wearing jeans. Although it definitely looks like he is wearing jeans, to be honest, from the Twitter photo. Insane. Oh, man. All right, I'm keeping an eye. I'm keeping an eye on it. So far, no Magnus interview. Oh, you know what? Let me just... Oh, there's no subtitles on Take. Take. What are you guys doing? Where are the subtitles? How am I going to know what they're saying? Arbiter. He was fined 2 rounds ago and will not be paired for round 9. Oh, no. Oh, no. What a debacle. Where are you seeing that? Oh, they're interviewing him on the main broadcast. Oh, that's not good. Charlize interviewing one of the arbiters. Hold on, let me go back. Let me go back and listen. Oh, not good, guys. This is not good. Okay, what's Charlize saying? Drama turned up today. FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Chess. None other than Magnus Carlsen violated dress code. Here with Chief Arbiter Alex. I think that's Alex Holozak of UK. And he's saying Magnus wore jeans and this is a disgrace to the game of chess. So we fined him $200 because jeans are the bane of human existence. We asked him that he would correct his attire. If not, that he would be unpaired for the next round. He chose to wear jeans again, and therefore he will not be paired for round number 9. Rules have been in place for quite some time, and yeah, we got to stay relevant as FIDE. Magnus is leaving us anyway because of this freestyle chess thing, so you know what? We're going to boot him out over the jeans. Okay, you didn't say that part, but I feel like that was the subtext. Oh, he's saying Magnus has had no problem complying with the dress code in past years, so he probably knows what he is doing. Woof. Yeah, Jake, I'm just following the main broadcast. The arbiter is saying, yeah, he's not paired for round 9. Okay, something about Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was also in breach of the code, but he decided to bend the knee, so he went back and changed. So Magnus just kicked out for 1 round. Maurice Ashley in absolute shock. Maurice probably so pissed. Like, how could you let this happen? I mean, interesting. No, guys, this is going all the way up to Dojo Talks for sure. I mean, this is going to reach the Dojo Talks podcast. I mean, because, like, Because your arbiter said, the most interesting the arbiter said was that, like, Magnus knows what he's doing. Right? He's like purposely violating the dress code, and saying to FIDE he doesn't give a damn. So, yeah. Woof. Woof. Oh, is Magnus talking to Levy? Oh, okay, okay, here we go. Oh, but there's no subtitles. All right, let us know what he's saying on Take. He does not look happy. But he has to give some explanation. I mean, okay. I love how he's just sitting. He's sitting man spreading style with his jeans just wide out. But like, what's happening? Why? I mean, I don't know. I'm with the arbiter on this one. Like, Magnus has followed the dress code before. He owns pants. They warned him. I don't know what, like, what are they supposed to do? They're not even that nice jeans, to be honest. I get that this is beside the point, but the jeans aren't even that nice. They're not like these like nice like black denim like designer. They just look like normal like blue jeans. Okay, we have more games. Talia. What's going on? Talia beating Sarah Kadam? Very close. Very close for Talia. Go Talia. He got a warning after the second game. Did he not be paired if he didn't change after the third round? He said he would change tomorrow. Yeah. He claims he would have been happy to wear different pants tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. I think he just kind of matter of principle. So they didn't allow him to change his pants tomorrow instead of after the third round. I don't know. I hope it was worth the full point. I hope it was worth the full point for him. The principle of the thing. I don't get what the principle is exactly that Magnus is following. Oh, he's gonna drop out of the Blitz too. Go somewhere with nicer weather. Hey, Los Angeles is open, Magnus. I mean, it's nice and warm here. I mean, I was looking for a wild card spot. Look, FIDE, if Magnus drops out of the World Blitz, I'm just saying, I was wanting a wild card spot. Sounds like you've got a spot. Sounds like you've got a spot available, FIDE. I'm just saying, I was wanting a spot. There's no one else on the wait list. Wow, so he's gonna drop out of the Blitz too. Oh, do I have pants though? Oh, uh-oh. I think I'll be able to find some pants. Okay, Metaphysics in the YouTube chat is saying, how is chess supposed to be taken seriously with disqualifying a player for wearing wrong pair of pants? Well, let me respond. How is chess supposed to be taken seriously if the top player is allowed to do whatever they want? That's also not good. Also not good. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I mean, there's rules. there's rules, and it feels like they gave him plenty of time. This is not Magnus Carlsen's first FIDE event with a dress code. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, what happened? Wait, what happened? Talia flagged? No, Talia. Oh my god. All kinds of drama. All kinds of drama. Oh, Magnus actually dropped the F-bomb. Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't catch that. I mean, he did it on the Take broadcast. So it wasn't like on FIDE's broadcast, but that is going to be clipped, huh? That's probably already clipped. Let me go to Twitter, in fact. Let me go to Twitter. All right, let me also, I want to get back to the pairings. I think there's supposed to be one more round. Magnus notwithstanding. I think there's supposed to be another round today. Hikaru Murzin. And yeah, have they always had this dress code? Yeah, they had it last year. There was already controversy last year with players getting fined for shoes and stuff. There was this infamous case with Anna Maya. Woof. I don't know. Whole thing is weird because it's all the backstory with the freestyle thing too. It feels like there's some underlying tension with Magnus and FIDE. Yeah, no, this is definitely going to Dojo Talks. Does that mean that Anand was the one that decided Magnus would get forfeited? Was it Anand's choice? Well, there's multiple questions, guys. There's multiple questions. The question is whether genes are a big deal. The other question is whether rules, should be followed even if they're a little bit silly. I don't know. I think both parties just being immature, honestly. Because there was some yelling behind the scenes with the whole freestyle thing, right? Like there was some spirited discussions. So, and it was Magnus against FIDE, right? So there's been some like huge tension recently. Magnus and Hikaru nearly dropped out of the World Rapid and Blitz before the event even started. So to me, it just feels like both sides kind of being petty here. I feel like there's a lot of backstory and a lot of pettiness. I don't know. I guess it depends how you. If you just go chronologically, I feel like this is FIDE's fault, but I don't feel like Magnus is without fault. Like if you just ask who started it, FIDE started it. No one, gave a damn about Magnus's genes until FIDE fined him. So really, no one cared. No one cared at all. I didn't see one tweet on the internet of a fan being like, "Oh, Magnus wearing jeans, what a disgrace." I didn't see one tweet like that, right? So FIDE decided to start it with Magnus. They didn't have to. They decided to start it. And Magnus, I think, could have acquiesced. He says he's too big for his britches. And FIDE's like, well, screw you. Magnus is like, well, screw you. And now here we are. Magnus isn't innocent, but it's a weird hill for them to stand on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like both sides are kind of to blame here. But now, what are they going to do with the top board? Does that mean we get our top board back for the tournament, or what's going to happen? Yeah, look at that. Arjun Duda on the top board. Folks, we got our tournament back. Arjun Duda on board 1. Everything makes sense. Magnus in his rightful place, not on board 1 for this tournament. Yeah. It does feel like one of those things. I don't know. I gave you guys the example beforehand where it's like sometimes a player, let's say a player has a really bad position, terrible position. And instead of just trying to play their best and losing the game normally, what they do is they run their clock down all the way to like 3 seconds, and then they just start blitzing out their moves. At some point they blunder something, and then they tell themselves like, "Oh, I only lost that game because like I blundered in time pressure." And they just forget about the fact that they were just completely losing. I mean, it feels like there's some psychology there, right? It's like you're having a bad event, you get warned about the pants, you say, whatever happens, I don't care. You get forfeited, and then you can say like, well, they forfeited me because of the pants, they're so stupid, they're so petty. But like, you weren't having a good tournament, so I'm kind of. And someone was saying like, if Magnus was doing well, he would have worn better pants today. Yeah. If Magnus was tied for first, I think he's wearing designer slacks. So Magnus out. He's not playing the Blitz. Wild. Wild. Do you have to be invited to play this tournament? I think, well, you need a minimum rating, like 25, 50. So there's a qualification. Oh, good question. When was the last time Magnus wasn't world champ in any discipline? I mean, that would have been 2013. I'm going to let the guys know we might have to talk Magnus pants for the next dojo talks. Oh boy. Yeah, boy. They'll figure it out once they see Twitter. And the tournament must be crazy because the whole tournament knows Magnus is gone. Even if they're not on Twitter, like they can see he's not on board one. So everyone knows something happened now in the tournament. Everyone is like, oh, like what's going on? Why am I on board one? Everyone knows. Wild stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, it's not super clear issue, but for me, I don't know. I gotta go Team Magnus on this one. You can't kick your top guy out over pants. It just you got to work it out with them. They shouldn't have threatened him in the first place, and then after that it might have been too late. But they shouldn't have threatened him. And he's just gonna leave New York just like that. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Yeah, it looks like Danya made a quick draw. I'm sure he's very disappointed after his loss. I don't blame him. So Naka here looking to end his day on a win. He's got a little bit of a squeeze here against Merzen. So interesting spot. Yeah, a little bit better here for white. After the knight moves, we'll get queen e2. We got nicer structure, so we'll see if Naka can squeeze this. But I feel like whole tournament is in shock. They're like, no Magnus. I mean, last time this happened, and Magnus withdrew from the tournament, Sinkfield Cup, and we're still feeling waves of that right now. I don't think this will be as big as Sinkfield Cup though, because that was much bigger than just jeans, obviously. But still. Okay, a lot of big pairings. Giri Sevian, Dominguez Esipenko, Nepomniachtchi Gelfand. Wow, Gelfand on board 7. Dojo talks end of the Magnus era. Yeah, could be. Could be. Yes, metaphysics. I mean, we actually recorded a podcast on this story. It should be released hopefully next couple days. Um, but yeah, the thing is that freestyle chess, they've been wanting to host the Chess 960 World Championship apparently. And FIDE has an issue with players participating in someone else's World Championship cycle because freestyle chess is not FIDE. So that's why FIDE has a contract with players. They're not allowed to participate in someone else's cycle. If they do, then they can't participate in the FIDE cycle. So that was what the big drama was about. So we discussed it, who's got the rights to 960, FIDE. They've done a couple 960 championships, but they don't really do one every year. There's not a lot of interest for it. Freestyle chess has the money, maybe they should have the rights. Anyway, it's a whole thing. I'm seeing Nepo on the main broadcast. He looks nice, wearing a white turtleneck and black pants. I'm seeing no denim in Nepo's pants. Gelfin as well, no denim in his pants. So these players. By the way, guys, every spectator in the background right now wearing jeans. Literally every spectator in the background is wearing jeans of Nepo Gelfin. That's so funny. That's so funny, dude. It's like they banned Magnus for jeans, but then if you were willing to pay $200 and enter the arena, oh, by all means, right this way. Right this way with your jeans, no problem. Oh, man. So the players, no jeans. No jeans. We'll kill you. We will end your career if you wear jeans. But spectators, go right this way. Right this way, no problem, guys. Just pay your $200. Chess is a spectator sport. Right this way. Wow, yeah, maybe all the players show up in jeans tomorrow. Somehow I doubt it. It's hard to organize chess players in this way. So I doubt it that will happen. That would be pretty funny, though. That would be pretty funny if like 20 players. I don't think they're gonna do it because like FIDE could find them and like take their prize fund away. Like FIDE can get pretty mad, but that would be funny. That would be very funny. So Magnus retiring from chess, huh? I mean, honestly, this could be it for Magnus. It could be. I mean, he's been leaving chess for a while, but this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Yeah, Magnus leaving FIDE, doesn't want to deal with it. Okay, meanwhile, Naka either just blundered a pawn or... No, he's got 95 still, but I think he... doesn't look like this is what White wanted. Dang. It's sad, guys. It's sad. I mean, Magnus has been king for many years. Now he might truly just be leaving chess. I don't know. I don't know. Clearly, he's leaving FIDE. Is he leaving chess altogether? Could be. Might just be sick of it. I don't know what else he's gonna do though. Maybe Magnus needs chess more than chess needs Magnus. You guys ever think about that? It's true. Magnus's critiques of chess have been more with FIDE's cycle and not wanting to be a part of FIDE's cycle. But at the same time, it's not like he's been playing a lot of classical chess. He's mostly been switching over to like rapid and 960, especially 960. So, I mean, it's not like he's playing all these classical events, right? He has kind of been distancing himself from classical chess over the last 24 months or so. Yeah. No, sad day. Sad day. I see a spectator wearing a NFL jersey. So NFL jerseys, no problem. I mean, okay, guys, come on. It is the people that are on FIDE's side, right? It is weird that the spectators are allowed to wear whatever they want, is it not? I mean, if the whole thing about the players looking good is that they're going to be on camera, then why would you let the spectators on camera with their jeans and NFL jerseys and whatever they want to wear? Which team's jersey? I think it was the Dolphins or maybe the Chargers. I think it was the Chargers. Not that it matters. Yeah, not even a New York jersey. Have some respect. Oh, maybe it was Lions. I don't know. It was blue. It was blue. It's funny. They keep changing the camera angles to not show the people with jeans and stuff. Oh no, on the FIDE broadcast, yeah, there's a dude with jeans. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, it's like I get that he's kicked out for breaking the rules, not for jeans, right? But like, what's the saying? Following an unjust rule is unjust in itself, or something like that. What, you guys? What's that saying? It's not unjust to break a rule if the rule is unjust, something like that. Does the St. Louis Chess Club have a dress code for commentators? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, tough case. Tough case. Yeah, very sad case. Let's not let's not blame Vishy. Let's not blame Vishy. Yeah, we don't really know who ultimately made the call. But yeah. Yeah, knight d4 looks like a move for Naka. Sorry, it's hard to focus on the chess. Knight d4 looks nice. Queen a5, knight c6. But knight d4, I think black goes back. Queen d7. And then black is eyeing the knight and the d pawn. So it looks like black is okay here. I don't see how Naka can try to trick the kid. b6, d4 maybe. Take, d4. Yeah, Vishy's great. I have nothing but nice things to say about Vishy. All right, let's see what else is going on. Dominguez, wow, sharp situation against Esipenko. Dominguez also in position here to make a run for it. Grischuk, Noterbeck. Grischuk having a nice position there. Okay, Queen G5. Esipenko looking to trade everything off. Dominguez has had a lot of these positions in this tournament. A lot of these structures. He's been playing this D3 system. He had this many games. Beat Hans like this. Had another game. H4 Carol. Fashionable structure in Grischuk's game, huh? Very funny. Very funny. Folks, I had to take a quick break. I will be right back. I'll leave the game on. See you guys soon. Let's go to Naka's game. Well, Naka game looks kind of drawish. Not the most exciting game. Levon game. All right, we'll do Naka game. BRB. Howdy, folks. Apologies for the delay. Let's see what's going on. How's Naka doing? Naka's still pushing a bit. Looks drawish, but still pushing a bit. What else happening? Arjun playing Duda. Yeah, Grischuk's tall. Grischuk's real tall. They're all tall. Grischuk, Kramnik, Vishy. They're all tall. Cross online. Hello, hello. Filet misses me answering the opening questions. Funny, funny. Can Naka squeak out a win here in this endgame against Merzin, who's so far having an amazing tournament? Yeah, sorry, folks. I was just obviously reading Twitter left and right. It's going crazy. Emil Sotovsky put out a statement defending FIDE's decision. FIDE sent out a statement. You gotta follow the rules. Dress code. Oh yeah, no, I absolute. I wasn't sure how I felt about it first, and I'm like, absolute disaster for FIDE. I think no matter how you slice it, the optics just look worse for them than they do for Magnus. Because they're the ones that care, about the stupid genes. Like nobody cared. I didn't see a single comment. I'm watching Twitter all day. I'm streaming the event. I'm watching the recaps, the main broadcast. I didn't see a single comment of anyone in the chat upset over what any player is wearing whatsoever. But it's like such a big deal to FIDE. Such a big deal. Actually, I retweeted a tweet from Peter Heine Nielsen that I thought was very interesting, where it's actually a tweet from 2020, where he writes that, the reason FIDE cares so much about the dress code and all this stuff is because they like to blame the players on the lack of sponsorship for FIDE events and not on other reasons, right? So FIDE likes it when the players mess up because then they can point to that as the reason for their lack of corporate sponsorships. Like, oh, it's the players' fault. They're not dressed correctly. They're making too many draws. They don't give good interviews, all this stuff. Even though it's probably other reasons that FIDE hasn't managed to deliver on the sponsorship. Duda looks like he's making a draw with Arjun. Or will he play on? He plays on. Yeah, Duda always plays on. He's just a madman. He's just an absolute madman. Okay, Naka here, he's really pushing. I mean, he's got chances. But the problem is he's risking a lot. If he goes after these pawns, Black's pawn is very, very strong here. C3, C2, you could lose the game. So you got to be real careful here as Naka, actually, not to just lose. Probably he's going rook b5. But rook b5, knight e4? I feel like Black is starting to get very active here. Naka needs to be careful. Maybe take c3, knight d4? Double-edged position, to say the least. I'm keeping an eye on Duda. Okay, goes rook b4. He wants c3, rook c4. So knight d3 can't take because of knight b2 check. So knight d3, rook b5. But now what about c3? c3, knight d4. Oh, c3, he had rook d5 check. Oh, that was Naka's trick. And then takes the knight and wins. Yeah, I think Duda game, very likely a draw. It's rook endgame. Okay, rook b8. c3, rook c8 check. If rook takes a5, knight c4. So king c7. Wow, super sharp endgame. White has to be careful. Yeah, quantum. That's what I was saying. I was saying this when this story was breaking. I was like, this is gonna go all the way up to Dojo Talks. It's gonna go through all the courts. It's got to go up to Dojo Talks. I mean, we are planning to do an episode on Sunday. So I'll ask the guys if they wanna. They might not want to discuss it because like, I mean, it is kind of a stupid story. It's kind of a dumb story, right? It's silly, and obviously there's gonna be a million takes on the internet. Um, Wait, what happened? Oh, Naka resigned. Dude, he resigned. Oh, shoot. He pushed too hard. Because when the rook move c3 comes, and that's it. He's just lost. He's just dead lost. Wow. I think this rook b8 was a blunder, but yeah, I felt like he's playing with fire here. He really was. He tried so. I mean, the position was very safe for white. He tried really hard to win. That's what happens. That's what happens. All right, tomorrow Naka's gonna show up in jeans and get forfeited. It's nice. He's out of the tournament. Dang. Okay, Arjun Duda looks like draw. Yeah, I think Rook B6 was better. I think Rook B8. The reason he played that was because it stops Black from pushing the pawn. Because you can go Rook C8 check, but I think he overlooked King C7 that Black can tag his Rook first. So now Murzin has defeated both Caruana and Nakamura in this tournament. Dang. Okay, Arjun Duda draw. Yeah, Tony, same. I mean, Naka really pushes it when it comes to playing for. Duda also pushes it. Like he really goes to the max when it comes to playing for the win. But Naka like goes crazy and then he ends up losing. I mean, that's the risk you take. That's the risk you take. Okay, so a lot of games done. Looks like Giri Sevian was a draw. Naroditsky drew early Aronian Blue Bomb draw. I think the whole tournament is in shock because they see Magnus not on board one. So they're like, what is going on? Fabi won. Fabi beat Pranav. Let's go. Actually, let's see this game. Pranav, very strong player. Fabi playing some kind of reverse Sicilian. Okay, folks, let's do an informal poll. Informal poll. Just you got to pick a side. You got to pick a side. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Who's in the wrong? Who's in the wrong? Magnus, Fide. Obviously, you can say more, but I'm gonna make you guys pick one. You have 3 minutes. You have 3. Obviously, you can say both are in the wrong. Actually, that's how I feel. I feel like both parties are in the wrong. But like, if you got to pick one that's like more in the wrong, who's it gonna be? Top players getting threats if they play freestyle. They won't be able to participate in Canada. Look, you're saying it all threatening. FIDE is allowed to restrict entry to the candidates, right? Like they have a deal with the players. The players are not allowed to participate in someone else's cycle, right? If you want to be a part of FIDE's cycle, you can't also play in Kasparov's Professional Chess Association. Although I think you were allowed to play in both cycles. But for example, FIDE I think is allowed to make that call. So it is within their rights to restrict players from playing in a different world championship cycle, given that it sounds like freestyle wants to do like the 960 world championship. And so FIDE has an issue with that because it's like it's not their championship to run, it's FIDE's tournament. So FIDE does have some rights there. Now I don't know how exactly negotiations went down, but it's not like FIDE can't make any claims on the cycle. So let's see how Fabi won this. So rook a2, queen e4, check, queen c6. Yeah, actually, we talked about this on the podcast. That's already recorded. Just needs to be edited and released. But yeah, the question is, what rights does FIDE have? Because they do own the rights to the World Championship, but only so far as they don't, turn it into a disgrace, right? Like if FIDE decided the World Championship should be, a 100-game bullet match or whatever, I think a lot of chess fans would just be so disappointed that they would no longer consider that a real. They'd be like, okay, FIDE lost their minds. We're not taking this seriously, right? So FIDE still has to act within reason in terms of how they hold their events. And I would say, they do a reasonable job in terms of they do try to put on good tournaments and figure out who's the strongest player. It's not like they're running like these like crazy, crazy events. But when it comes to 960, okay, we talked about this in the podcast, but anyway, like they haven't run too many world championships with 960. They've only done like 2 of them, I think, officially, 2019 and 2022. And there wasn't a lot of funding for it. And they asked for bids last year and they didn't get any bids. So they didn't run one, right? So, or maybe it was this year that they didn't run one. So, yeah, it's an interesting story. Okay, anyway, Black's king here ends up weak. Queen d7. Queen e4. So Pranav decides not to repeat. Fabi was ready to repeat. Rook e8. Queen c2. Wow, 4-4 in the poll. Dang. Poll is 50%. Amazing. Okay. Split issue. F4, knight f3. Pranav sacrifices a piece. But now Fabi's up a knight. And the knight is passive, but the knight does an important job of defending White's king. And then, okay, it was resigns because king g5, knight f3, check. Will follow. So nice game by Fabi. Let's see who else. Because I think a lot of the games are finishing up, but maybe we can check out some more games. I want to see how Eric did. What's Eric up to? We haven't seen Eric all day. How's Eric doing? Okay, Eric drew against Dragnev, Grandmaster, then drew against another IM. Okay, lost a couple of games. So Eric, okay, he's getting some draws here and there, but unfortunately, he's playing some very tough opponents. Do I think there'll be a new federation that challenges FIDE? So that's the question. There's 2 contenders. There's chess.com, obviously, that are very powerful and rich, and there's Freestyle Chess. Because Freestyle Chess has already announced their tour for next year, right? They're doing like 5 major events. They got $10 million funding. They got like Magnus playing, Fabi, Hikaru, Gukat, like all the top players. So Freestyle Chess they do pose a threat to FIDE because they got all the top players on board playing these big events with big prize fund and like real sponsors. And FIDE's a little bit... FIDE's rightly jealous about that. They're like, we want the sponsor. We want the freestyle club. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. We could be on the verge of a huge rift. At least in the 90s with Kasparov and FIDE, everyone was still playing the same chess. So there was hopes for a reunification. But if all the top players start playing 960 and imagine all the top players join Magnus. Magnus is like, hey guys, there's $12 million, in this other tour. That could be, I don't know. I mean, look, FIDE still owns the World Championship, so I think a lot of players are gonna stick with FIDE. I don't think they're jumping ship over pants. But who knows? Who knows? Magnus is very determined. This German billionaire guy, he seems pretty determined. Hikaru, he seems team freestyle. Chess.com, they seem team freestyle. What if Chess.com and freestyle team up? Take FIDE down. Chess.com decides to start running major online events, right? And then Freestyle Chess does like the OTB stuff. That's a big combo. Yeah, why would Chess 960 pull an audience? I mean, that's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I'm skeptical of 960 being a favorite for the fans. I think many fans don't like it. In general, 960 events get far less viewership than normal chess, right? So the thing is, what if that becomes the new world championship? Because like the events that get the most coverage are world championship events, like the actual world championship, the candidates, things like that. But what if Magnus and company decide, this is the real chess, freestyle, like this is the real chess. This is now classical. You guys know that meme with that pirate movie with like Tom Hanks, and then the ship gets, the pirates are on the ship, and they're like, the guy's like, look at me, I'm the captain now. Very famous, very famous. What if Magnus, in freestyle, they go to the chess world and they're like, look at me, I'm the real chess now. You know, I don't know. I don't know. A lot of players would follow. I'm sure a lot of fans would follow. Chess.com, freestyle, Hikaru, all these people on board. Maybe Kasparov joins. Maybe Kasparov is team. He rejoins the fight against FIDE. Who knows? Who knows? Chess.com and Freestyle Chess definitely have a lot more money to offer the players than FIDE does. It's just that FIDE owns the title, which is kind of invaluable. At least for now. At least for now. Imagine they get Gukesh. Imagine they're like, hey, maybe Gukesh is the real key to all this. Imagine Gukesh joins freestyle and he's like, I will put my title on the line against, the winner of the freestyle thing. And then Gukesh joins. I don't know. We're probably just getting ahead of ourselves. Probably FIDE will hold on to the rights and everything will be okay. But who knows? I don't know how this is going to resolve this. I mean, Magnus is still a big star. He has a lot of fans in the world. Yeah, Gukesh is in the club, but that was before being in the club meant you couldn't participate in FIDE cycle, which is what the case might be in like a week. After the World Blitz, FIDE might be like, you know what, screw you, Magnus, screw you, freestyle chess. If you guys play the freestyle chess thing, you can't play in the FIDE cycle. So I mean, I don't know. I don't think Gukesh is gonna give up his FIDE title, right? I think Gukesh is gonna be Team FIDE. They're gonna need to give him a lot of money to get him to switch. Yeah, I don't really know how FIFA works and the UEFA. I don't even know who they are. So yeah, I don't really know how any of that works at all. UFA is the European. Sounds like, I assume. I assume. Yeah, the European Chess Union is not exactly going to be giving FIDE a run for their money. Yeah. Well, here we go again. Another big trauma to split the chess world. Here we go again. Yeah. No, this was wild. I mean, this kind of this is definitely going to overshadow the tournament. Unfortunately, like whoever wins tomorrow, like amazing for them, but like obviously this is going to be remembered as Gene's Gate and not the 2024 World Rapid Championship. Like I don't even know who's leading. I don't even know who's leading. We were covering the event. I don't know who's leading. Let me at least check the standings. Like, okay, who's leading? Merzin, Duda, Arjun, and Grischuk. It's 7 out of 9 points. Amazing, actually. All four are kind of, surprises. Like Grischuk, in the past, not surprising, but like tied for first this time around. I mean, he's not the top seed anymore. Arjun, Duda, and Merzin. Merzin may be the biggest surprise of all. Hello, John Jones from YouTube. So let's see, if you're on ChessDojo.club and you signed up, then there should be a task there to join the Discord, and then the link there is inside that task. So that should be working. I mean, that we've had people joining the Discord from that link, so that should be should still be active. If you have issues though, just send a message through like the site or to the email if you're having issues, and then someone should still be able to help you out. Okay, the craziest thing is that they have this clip going around of Grandmaster Zaven Andreasyan, Armenian GM, and there's a video of him getting checked by the arbiters, and they're like checking his pants, and they decide that his pants are fine, and he's clearly wearing jeans, and they're clearly jeans, and the arbiters are like, these jeans are okay. And he's just like, yeah, I guess my jeans are good. I guess my jeans are good. Well, there was a controversy before, guys. I don't know. Does anyone remember Shortskate from the FIDE World Cup, or am I about to educate y'all? So a couple years ago at the FIDE World Cup, Ukrainian player, then or now representing Canada, Grandmaster, was forfeited for wearing shorts during the game, and I think the chess world was more. I mean, it was kind of split on that one because all right, he's wearing shorts, like okay, shorts are that's different. That's definitely different than pants. But then apparently the FIDE official that forfeited the dude also like cussed him out and called him a gypsy, and it was this whole thing. Um, and so yeah, that was wild. But the dude was, I think, I forget exactly, but I think he was forfeited from his game, and then he decided to quit the match, right? Because he out of protest, he's not going to continue. Canadian player, yeah, but originally from Ukraine, Kovalyev. So yeah, this has happened before, and I mean nothing really bad happened to FIDE. They forfeited a strong grandmaster, but not world champion, and yeah, in that case, FIDE stuck to their guns. The arbiter was wearing jeans while kicking out Kawhi. That's really funny. Divis just tweeted Clash of Jeans. So good. No, the memes are gonna be the memes are gonna be on fire for this one. Yikes. Yeah, that's gonna get a yikes from me. Hans just tweeted, coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. Wow. What do you guys think he meant by that? Very deep. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Okay, Levy's on take. What's he saying, though? Oh, Nepo and Geary getting interviewed. What are they saying? Anyone watching take? What are Nepo? Because Nepo went and changed. So I guess he's got the right to talk whatever he wants. Oh, Satovsky also there discussing. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, Grischuk was winning against Noterbeck, but made a draw. Dang. Yeah. What did Emil say about the threats? Did they ask him about the threats? Because that's really more on FIDE. Man. Okay. Well, folks, I think that's going to do it for today's stream. We'll be back tomorrow. Probably. Who knows how this will explode overnight? Maybe the whole tournament will be canceled. No, I doubt it. I think tournament will continue. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Cover the final 4 rounds. We'll root for Danya, Fabi, Naka, Dominguez company to bounce back. Yeah, still hours of takes to cover. Yeah, I get it. I think we'll probably have to do a talk. We'll probably have to do a talk on it. I mean, it's gonna go to the pod. It's gonna go to the pod. Yeah, wild. Okay, folks. Well, A couple things real quick before we go. Folks, training program. You can try a full month for free by going to chessdojo.club using code NY25 at checkout and get your first month fully free.